basically for some time, but we started the process sometime towards the end of last year, and then a few candidates, as you know, a deputy director at the PBO. Dr. JANTJIES, the different members will be asking you different questions, and they'll also be indicating you the maximum time that they're perhaps allocated to the questions, so that we are seen to be managing a time. But perhaps just to break the ice, very, very briefly, who's Dr. JANTJIES? Very, very briefly.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, colleagues. Thanks so much for the opportunity. I'm still trying to calm myself down. Just bear with me there. Thanks so much for the opportunity to shortlist me for considering my application. DUMISANI JANTJIES is a South African born in the rural areas of KwaZulu-Natal to a Xhosa father and a Zulu mother. I grew up across 3 provinces. Chairperson? Are you saying something? Okay, sorry. All right. No, I saw your hands. I thought you were okay. Okay, yes. I grew up across different provinces, and that has really made me fluent in 8 South African languages and a basic understanding of 3 other South African languages. I'm a father, my husband, Mikey, father to 3 kids, and also I am a guardianship to 2 of my late sister's teenagers. I'm passionate about food. I love food. I like studying food, like understanding the food. I'm hoping to write a book one day about understanding of the food, and for children in particular. Very important. I'm a very, I like exercising, because it stimulates my mind a lot of times. I'm a very spiritual person. I've got siblings. I've got 9 siblings. I'm elder brother to 9 siblings, of course, including my wife's siblings. I've got a brother, got a late sister. I'm a very spiritual person. I believe that I am because of other people. That's what really keeps me going. I've worked, researched, studied across all those 3, across 9 provinces in the country. I've had the privilege of traveling 4 continents and left my footprint in more than 25 countries, and that really was important in my development and where I am right now, because I've learned a lot of high degree of adaptability. I've been able to share a lot of experience, and that importantly has led me or guided me in understanding leadership and managing in very diversified environment. I've got more than 16 years of experience in both government and private sector, within Public Financial Management Act, MFMA, and various aspects of finance in this regard. 2 months ago, I started my 2 months ago I started my 7 years in PBO, and I think it's been very good experience that I have over the time. And yeah, I think that's who I am in a nutshell.
Thank you, Doc. Then a soft question from Honorable Peters. You know the oral members here, so yeah, thank you. Honorable Peters.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, Dr. JANTJIES. Dr. JANTJIES, you know, it's almost 10 years since the establishment of the Parliamentary Budget Office. What would you regard as its prospects and challenges? In your answer, also indicate what should be prioritized if the PBO is to fulfill its function. You've got about 10 minutes to give the response to this question. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. Yes, I have had the privilege of being part of the 10 years as an analyst and also as part of the senior management. I think at the beginning, the challenges that we had as an office was to really fit into the ecosystem of the bigger parliament or legislative sector as a whole in the country, even globally. It's been very challenging to do that. But I think the importance of showing the members of parliament what support we give to them has really been able to demystify what role we play. But I think also I've been able to to understand different stakeholders in the whole budget cycle space has also been able to us to fit in well and also make contributions that we have had. And I think, what's also important is that, the way the office has been, I think it was initial establishment stages where it was largely about putting structure in place and also trying to have broader engagement with stakeholders to understand why we're there, but importantly, to bring the members of parliament to understand. I mean, many of us, speaking to myself when I started, it was very a new environment. I've not been legislator before, but it's a very important and learning experience for the years. And I think in this stage we've developed as an office to a point whereby there's clear understanding what to do, hence we start getting criticisms, because it's very important to get criticisms. But I think there will be a need for more engagements or more feedback from the members themselves to say how they've seen PBO develop over the years and what they think are the things that needs to be done. That's, I think, in a nutshell aspect on where we've been. I mean, having the legislature that clearly defines our role is very important over the time, because that also helps us demystify our role and people understand what we were established to do to support the legislature as an oversight over the executive. Coming back to the point of what do I think needs to be done, I think we've been planning to have a look backward to say where we've been and where we are at this stage, and I think this for me is an important aspect to have do that as I'm in front of you at this stage, to say I think we've done a lot of work which has supported Parliament in its role of oversight. But I think in saying what I think needs to be done for what my visions in office going forward, it's to try to contextualize within the frame where I'm saying, I think my experience in Parliament and within the ecosystem is that there's a need for the institution to be elevated as an institution, as a sector. The oversight to be elevated to really focus a lot on the changes that happen in society. What are the changes that happen in society as opposed to focus on financial probity, compliance, and all of those other matters, which are also important. But I think when we look at three powers of state that we have in South Africa, legislature have a very, very important role to play to say, look, executive, you said you're going to do transform, use political manifestos or medium strategic framework to say, this is what we agreed with the society, that you're going to do certain things, but what has been the budget? Has budget been able to achieve those things? My sense that, over the years, Parliament has focused a lot on financial probity, compliance, but there's a need to elevate oversight to that level where we look at what budget changes, what changes in society has the budget brought. And I think that's where the context of my vision for the office for the next 5 years, which will also specifically, I want PBO to remain a strong voice within the strong and independent voice within the budget cycle in South Africa and quite broadly. And I think also this is in line with many other similar institutions elsewhere in the world. And doing so, provide reliable information to members and credible information which can be criticized, but also doing four things, in going forward. Firstly, ensuring that our work, our presentations, our reports, are presented in a way that is very fairly accessible to members of Parliament, because very importantly, our work needs to be able to help you to oversight over the executive. That's the first thing. Ensure that our work is very fairly accessible, can be understood by an average member of Parliament. Secondly, that we continue to strike a balance between getting requests from members or from the legislatures of analysis, but also remaining with the ability to do analysis that we think are important as part of the oversight. Was the second part. The third part is to have a clear, very transparent, continue a very clear, transparent, and workflow process or research methodology process that can be replicated and see how we arrive and where we arrive. And lastly, importantly, the office should remain respected, to remain respected and remain able to provide independent advice over the time and go forward. I think that for me will be very important in elevating the role of Parliament, but also bringing our budget analysis. I think it's very important to ensure that our budget analysis indeed takes into account largely the transformation of society, how much society has changed over time, as opposed to focusing largely on financial probity, but instead saying, hey, from both planning and outcome perspective, what this budget has done to the community, has changed, has inequalities, has reduced equality, has led to more employment, and of course, it is in line with the political manifestos, the medium-term strategic framework, or the constitution of the country. Thank you so much.
I'm allowed, where does the Parliamentary Budget Office draw its mandate from? And in your view, what are the strengths and weaknesses that prevailed over the period, and what still needs to be addressed as challenges?
Thank you again, Mr. Skelewahab. The Money Bills and Related Matters Act is quite clear in terms of our mandate as a budget office. It's very clear. We need to provide research, analysis, and advice on macroeconomic and fiscal policy. It's very clear in that regard. And I think, it plays well in us giving us opportunity to engage with members, to understand what some of the challenges in analyzing or in holding executive oversight, but also allowing us to have quite enough room to provide that independent analysis. And I think that's a very clear, very important mandate, which align with the literature on budget office and role of budget office. I think some of the big challenges, Ma'am Chairperson, is that, firstly, inherently, budget office have certain challenges globally. In the literature, they have certain challenges. Firstly, it includes lack of understanding what's the role of the purpose of it, which many instances such uncertainty are clarified through legislation or policy, clear policy. And thirdly, you find a space. When you get, many instances find that there's already space in the table. You have to find your way to say what relevance do you have in the space oversight in the process. And that has been a big challenge. Another point is governance structures. What kind of governance structures you want to have as a budget office? And I feel that the Act has tried to provide that quite clearly in the time. But also the issue of budgets, doing work. What work for us to do work, we need to have money to do the work. And you find that we struggled, I think we still struggle a lot to have a clear sense of what budget we have in order to do our work. And I think, that's an issue that needs to address. I understand there's been conversation over the time. And also the issue of where do we get, how do we make sure that our work gets publicized, do we get work publicized and so on. But also the issue of skills. One point that we've experienced a lot, it's quite difficult getting more technical skilled people, coming down there, being part of the process of supporting our role in developing or in dealing with our mandate in terms of the Act. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Peters. Honorable NJADU.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, members. Good morning, Dr. JANTJIES. Doctor, my question will be as follows, is that South Africa is viewed as a developmental state. You may, however, agree or disagree with the statement. Based on your response, indicate how has the country used the government's budget, in particular taxation systems, to address the country's socio-economic challenges. The duration of the time for this question is 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Whether the South Africa is developmental states, of course, there are characteristics in terms of understanding what a developmental state is, and I'm not going to really get into those nitty-gritties. Of course, it depends on how you look at it, whether we look at it from heterodox perspective or for orthodox perspective. I'm not going to get into it. But I think what I'm going to say is that I think when you look at inequality in South Africa, and I'm just going to come into that space, we've had so much inequality over the years, and it's very still high in terms of when you compare to other countries, a similar situation, even probably more, latest report says quite higher than where some of the years back. But I think what has made it, it could have been worse off according to the literature. It could have been worse off, but the fact that we've had the transfers and tax policies that has been able to reduce the level of inequality. In particular, for example, the fact that our tax system is put in a way that when you earn lower income, you are taxed less than when someone's earning higher income. And that's policy that has certainly made it better, or has reduced the level of inequality that we would have had as a country. And I think it's a very important aspect of realizing developmental state. But I think from of course, there's a income tax or consumption tax. It depends how you look at it. But I think generally our tax system is considered to be fairly progressive, meaning it allows that the more money you earn, the more tax you pay, and the lesser money you earn, you have lesser tax to pay. But I think I want to look at this from a very policy perspective to say, one of the research I was doing during my master's degree was that I looked at the international tax system as a whole, to say, look at the multilateral system, which also is part of our medium-term strategic framework to ensure that the multilateral systems are made accommodative. But when I looked at that, we realized that I think international tax system has not really been supporting developing countries to achieve its developmental objectives. Why do I say that? Is that when you look at how the international tax system is set up, it's set up in a way that, first of all, let me qualify the point. The point is that developing countries need as much tax revenue as possible. I mean, they need to impose higher taxes to generate more revenue, or have lesser tax breaks to allow those who have more income. We need that, still like South Africa. But now, the international tax system has not been able to accommodate in that regard. And that's why in my research project, I argue for the reform of the multilateral tax system, which automatically would mean, even domestically, our taxes will have to reform to take into account the importance of us raising additional revenue to be able to address our priorities in medium-term strategic framework. And that's important. And now, when you look at the COVID-19, it's been a very stressful environment for many people, many societies in the country and elsewhere. You've realized how much the tax system has not really been, it's long overdue to be reformed. When you look internationally, we've seen more tech-oriented business model come into place, which has meant that many businesses can still make money in South Africa without them being taxed, not in South Africa, in other countries as well. And that's been allowed by the system as it is. And I advocate for, we need to reform the system to ensure that we are able to raise as much revenue as much possible to realize our developmental objectives, which largely is about making sure that we reduce inequality, poverty, and unemployment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. JANTJIES. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honourable members, don't forget to indicate how much time the candidate has to deal with the question.
Do I still have some more time?
Yes, you do.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's fine.
You do. You have about 4 minutes.
Okay, I'll use it. I'll save it here. I'll use it.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. Honourable MOLETSANE.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, honourable members and officials. Good morning, Dr. JANTJIES. My question to you is as follows. The outbreak of the COVID-19 has led to the following critical questions. Is it now time to consider zero-based budgeting system in the country? Is it advisable to approach institutions like International Monetary Fund and World Bank or BRICS Bank for loans to help the country deal with the economic impact of COVID-19? What is your response to this question? At least in 5 minutes, can you respond to this question? Thank you.
Can you please repeat again the question? Sorry. The first part in particular.
Okay. The outbreak of the COVID-19 has led to the following critical questions. Is it now time to consider zero-based budgeting system in the country? Is it advisable to approach institutions like International Monetary Fund and World Bank or BRICS Bank for loans to help the country deal with the economic impact of COVID-19? What is your response to these questions?
Thank you. Now I get it. I want that. Look, I think the biggest challenge with many countries, particularly small countries, is getting more money to deal with some of the measures of both healthcare and economic recoveries. But the literature on resource-based budgeting, it's quite mixed in a way, but largely leaning towards, I think the issue is understanding what does zero-based budgeting mean. I think for me it's very important to have that conversation. What does zero-based budgeting mean? And I think we've seen the literature over the years, many countries have attempted, zero-based budgeting as part of their suite models that takes place in managing the expenditure and so on. There's often a temptation to treat government like a household or individual, which is often very difficult because government has a very different dynamics. Government can issue bond its name, government can impose taxes. They've got a lot of mechanisms which an individual or a government company doesn't have. And the question about zero-based is it's what you want to achieve about it. That's what I ask myself when I look at literature. What has been really been objective of having zero-based budgeting and what has been achieved over the years? And I think in many instances in the literature, the objective of having zero-based budgeting in many countries was try to cut spending, reduce spending, and of course deal with inefficiencies in the system, but it's been largely strongly about cutting spending. Now, when you look at where we are now, when you listen to multilateral conversations at IMF, at UN, at World Bank, everywhere, the issue in this current moment, cutting spending will not necessarily achieve much of objectives because it means you have to take away money that need to be spent on healthcare-related matters or at least recovery. So the questions now, many debate is that how do we make sure that government plays an important role of intervening in the economy and making sure there's more expansion in economic activities to ensure that the economies are able to recover. And in particular, dealing with infrastructure spend is a very big issue that's been identified as an important aspect. And of course, it depends on the fiscal space that countries have, because we probably don't have as fiscal space as many other countries have. But have we used enough tax measures to generate enough revenue to achieve COVID-19 healthcare related measures, but also having enough infrastructure in place to realize those. And the question has been, I'm going around answering the question. The question that we need to ask ourselves, how will zero-based budgeting actually help us to achieve those? Will it help us to achieve those? Or yes, and how is that possible? And clearly, in the literature, many countries who have attempted to it has failed, by the way, frankly. It has failed in achieving cutting expenditure. It has led to more debt and of course, many things. But the point about trying to deal with change is a very important point. We need to deal with inefficiencies in the system. We need to address the wastage in the system. And South Africans are right to ask the questions about the wastages and whether the system is clearly dealing with those things. That's a very question into. But whether the zero-based budget will get us there, I think the literature says it don't necessarily get us there. It might get us, maybe the first year of it can work, or first month can work, because you restructure the system completely. You start saying, okay, why is this spending for? You start interrogating each and every questions. But now in a country where our system of planning, allows us to use various policies to plan for spending in government, and which one you're going to say it needs to be followed as opposed to which one. The first important thing is the constitution. If the constitution says a lot, it means there must be a lot of spending if you have to realize the objectives of the constitution. It was attempted, zero-based budget South Africa, earlier in the democratic states, and it was done precisely that it meant that we would have to be more expansionary in spending as opposed to actually cutting spending. So there's political manifestos, there's different spheres of government, there's different entities, there's different societies. It will be very difficult. It will require more effort in terms of trying to make it work than actually make it work, which might lead to more expenditure or even more frustration in the public finances than you want to achieve. But I still repeat, the importance of dealing with inefficiencies, wastage, it's a valid point. And maybe we need to be creative, more creative in trying to realize it, rather than maybe more simplistic in saying zero-based budget will get us there. Thank you, Dr. Milton. I hope I didn't exhaust a lot of time.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable MOLETSANE. Honorable Abraham.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe just to say that, Doc, in my question, I want you to give us a detail of the phases of the budget cycle so that we can be convinced that you have a full understanding of what is happening there. So in 10 minutes, just tell the panel what you would do if appointed as director to ensure that the PBO provides support to Parliament for oversight through the budget cycle. And what are the key objectives underpinning the South African budget policy? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Nkosi Nebulem, for umbuzo. My understanding of the budget is that at a legislative level, my view of the budget office, it's not really in itself the rents and cents. You know, I see, and I think, as I said earlier in my earlier statement, that the understanding of budget at the legislative level should really be about the changes the budget does in the society, the aspirations, realization of the aspirations that are set out in the Constitution and different policy statements and different strategic documents that are put in place. And I think that's my starting point. We need to realize, elevate oversight towards that level. You know, it's not about financial probity. I know I'm repeating myself. It's not about compliance, not about, but largely about what has the budget done. And clearly, the objectives then would have been within the NDP, you know, it's a broader plan or medium-term framework, which have very clear seven priorities for the next 5 years. So that should be where the budget draws objectives, you know, where it ought to be, you know. Of course, the budget cycle, you know, I look at it in 4 stages, which is your planning phase, which is where, you know, you look at what has been done before in the country or in the department, in the state, whatever, what has been achieved over the years in terms of realizing those outcomes set out in the NDP, set out in the medium-term strategy framework. I mean, we have so many policy intentions, which also I think is a problem, you know, in realizing that needs to be realized by the budget. And from there, and say what has not been achieved, and then set out those targets as the process to say this is what needs to be achieved, which of course is largely from the executive side of the budget processes there. And I think the second bit will be to actually approving or understanding, taking those budget proposals for approvals, and then, you know, the implementation takes place. I'm still on the executive side, let me be clear. You know, it gets approved and it gets implemented. And the third phase will be that where there is monitoring of the implementation of that budget, to say department so-and-so said they will try to deal with mugging in the community, and what are they doing about it? You know, the budget is being used to deal with mugging in the community, reduce crime and so on. And then, you know, where, you know, there must be monitoring in the process. The last part, which is your reporting, where we look at what has been done over the years. And the last bit, sorry, I said last bit. The last bit, the audit side of it, where we verify that it's been done, what was set out to be done has been done. And I think when it comes to the legislative side, it's very important because which links back to the point I've raised to say, when it gets to the legislative side, there must be engagement with the community. The legislature invites the community to comment on the budget, say, look, this is what the fiscal framework looks like. What is your view as society, as community? It's a very important part, and have to be taken into account, the input. And that's the part, ma'am, that where Chairperson, that, you know, it ought to be about changes in the communities. It shouldn't be about the numbers and so on. And I think the government has to play an important role as well in ensuring that when some of these things are submitted to the legislature, have that sense of understanding that legislature's role is about changes in the community, changes in society, changes in the economy is very important, and that's what takes place. And once that public hearing has taken place, you know, the legislature approve and the implementation can take place. But I think our role as well comes in throughout the process, throughout the process, all the stages in the executive, or throughout the stages in the legislature. Of course, the legislature approves that, and there must be monitoring of implementation, that hence you have oversight visits and so on, and also reports back at the end of the year by the legislature to say, government, you said you're going to do this, and this is what you have done. That's when relying on the AG's work. Sorry about that. Can I just take a sip? Cheers, thank you. Relying heavily on the work that's done by some of the institutions that support democracy, like AGSA. But the other important part, which boils back to a point I was raising about the importance and understanding of the changes in society, is the budget review recommendation report. It's a very important report that also acknowledges what has happened over the year, and has what has set out at the beginning been achieved. And if it has not been achieved, the legislature tells government this is what must be done going forward. And it's a very important aspect of budget cycle from the legislative perspective. And I think, and of course, sent to government and minister response to those recommendations and so on. But I think it's also a very important part of the process. Our role as a budget office is within all those processes. I mean, before the Parliament approves the budget, there is opportunity for Parliamentary Budget Office to provide that analysis, say what has been, what is actually the objective, what has been set out as objectives, but what has been realized, or at least my view is that we need to put the budget analysis in a way that address the performance of government, as opposed to just say, look, this budget, this is how it will affect the community, or this is how it will affect the economy, this is how it will lead to. So that's where we come in, we provide that pre-budget analysis and post-budget analysis. But I think the point that, or the measure I will introduce is certainly to focus heavily on the implications, try to estimate how will the budget affect the society, or who will be affected by the budget. Let me simple example, if there's tax proposals, who will be best, who will be affected by the proposals, and is it what is intended by the budget, what will implications? I also look at macroeconomic implications. What does it mean? If you cut the budget, what does it mean for the economy? It means less money to spend, or it means more confidence, whatever the case might be. You try to provide that analysis. Even post the engagements, or post the budget presentation, you provide that analysis, which provides scenarios in terms of what would happen, or what needs to happen. And I think it's very important that people provide that analysis. But also I think one point which I think we will have to do as well is start going quite deeper. Some of the criticisms that we've got from other members has always been that we've often been at a macro level. So I think there's a good opportunity for us to go quite substantively look at the clusters. I was doing some sketch the other day, and we need to start going budget analysis, looking largely on clusters, say, okay, economic clusters, this has been their budget, what has been the implications for them? And going quite deeper in that. I think it's very important, which brings back to our role in supporting the legislature in, questioning on oversight over the changes in society, as opposed to it being about financial probity. And I think that's very important. And we look back now on the policies over the next 3 years, medium-term policy statement, what needs to be done. But I think what has been important over the years for us has been the importance of having stakeholder engagement as well at our own level, to say what are some of the views. Because sometimes some views are not taken up, but having that open door to engage with other stakeholders also enable us to empower the legislature and provide in much needed analysis in realizing the objectives of the NDP, or objectives of fairer society. I think that's what I want to say. Thanks.
Just to follow up, Chair, on what was mentioned by Dr. JANTJIES, just explain to us the fact that budgeting is a political exercise. I think you have started on that, but if you could just unpack it for us so that we can be able to understand how the PBO, when you get into that office, will enhance that?
Okay. The point is, we're a democratic country. I'll try to start. The Constitution says we're a democratic country after elections. I suppose the point here is to say, when you have a political manifesto, people vote for you as a political party, and assumptions that your political manifesto will be form part of government strategic objectives over the years. That's a strong assumption I'm making, and it becomes a political statement in the sense that the assumption that the 2019-2014 Medium Strategy Framework addresses those 7 principles, priorities, which are aligned to assumptions that are aligned to the political manifestos that were approved by the people, and in a way, it forces, that's what I was saying earlier. I was saying when the accountability addresses those aspirations that we would have promised, which are in line with the Constitution, by the way, in line with constitutions, it in a way means that, I know the word political is a very sticky word, but I think in the sense of understanding that the fact that people vote for you and you come into office, it means, or its assumption is that your strategic objectives as a government will be aligned to what you've promised people to do. And when you're holding executive account as a legislature, I think it becomes important to make sure that the medium strategic framework objectives or strategies are realized if the assumption is that medium strategic framework is based on the promise, the social compact you had with the society, and that needs to be realized. And I think that's probably within my argument to say we need to have a point where the engagement and oversight, it elevates in changes in society, how the budget is able to do that, to make changes so that we aspire as a constitution, aspire as the people of this country, that we need to deal with inequality and in different stages. More so now with the COVID-19 has really exposed us a lot as a society. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Joseph.
Thank you, Chairperson. Dr. JANTJIES, the Minister of Finance, Mr. Mboweni, in his 2019 budget speech, indicated that the budget is built on 6 fundamental prescripts, one of which is stabilizing and reducing public debt. In your view, what are the prospects and the challenges to this approach, in particular with the outbreak of COVID-19?
Thank you. Thanks. As I understand the question, make sure I understand the question. It's about how likely is that we realize our fiscal objective of reducing public debt. That's the question. Okay. Maybe what I'll start, Chair, with the point is that the concerns about the issue of realizing the fiscal objectives is very important in a way that we need to set out the mechanisms in which we're going to realize it, because the objective is just not the objective, but we have to have mechanisms to go about realizing that objective. That's the first. And then, there's this monkey in my back. The issue of debt is debt to GDP ratio. It is a ratio which is based on variables, which is your economic growth and the level of borrowing, So there's different ways of achieving that ratio to be low, In the literature, you see that, of course, and also there isn't a best way of achieving that. There's different ways, I want to be clear, there's different ways of achieving that. And certainly one way that has been attempted elsewhere is to cut the spending of government, or the more probably palatable view is growing the economy. Because, as I said, it's a ratio of 2 variables, debt level and the level of borrowing. And I think, it depends then on which of those is likely to be realized. And I think when you look at South African society as it is now, I mean, you know, there are probably space for efficiency, as I said earlier in the zero-based discussion. There are space for efficiency spending, for cutting, for reduced spending, but to the level that is being put out as an objective, I need to be convinced how much that will be realized. You know, I mean, of course, you know what goes behind these estimates, it's number crunching and so on and so forth. But I think my view of estimates, it's largely around being realistic. You know, listen to the heterodox of macroeconomics perspective. It's really being realistic in terms of how much we're going to realize those objectives. And I mean, you're probably more likely to realize the lower ratio when you have a bigger economy than trying to cut expenditure. Because now we're in a very difficult space. Many countries all over the world are incurring huge debts, largely because we're dealing with a situation where we've not seen before. You know, huge healthcare requirements, shutting down of economies has meant a lot of people will be out of jobs. You know, it certainly means the economy will not have much demand in the economy. Then you need to rather push more demand. It's been a global problem for a while. Honorable Joseph, that demand is a big issue, and cutting expenditure, I don't know if it will support demand. It will probably reduce demand further, shrinking the ratio or making the ratio much bigger. So you probably need to have a good balance of the two. Where can we cut on efficiencies? But largely, we need to grow the economy. And one way of growing the economy is infrastructure spending, because it has a multiplier effects on the economy. You know, it can serve both the primary and the tertiary sector. You know, if you have quite a you know, huge spending on infrastructure, you can employ more. We've got a huge number of unskilled labor, which requires to be absorbed in the economy. And infrastructure spending can do a lot in that regard. So basically, you probably need to grow economy more, but there probably could be opportunity for cutting or reducing some of the wasteful expenditures. Thank you.
Follow up. Thank you, Chairperson. Dr. Jantjies, you referred to the slow economic growth earlier. You referred to poverty, inequality, but obviously with COVID, the debt was always there. The debt challenges was there, but with COVID-19, it increased the challenge. And the social spending, due to the poverty, inequality, and unemployment, may complicate issues of government. How should government then approach it, given the COVID-19 and the challenge that actually is bigger? How should we then manage the current debt and the cost of serving, and to also, as you said, service delivery through infrastructure development?
So the question is how we should manage the debt. I mean, but the debt, we certainly have seen a growth in debt, sovereign debt over the years quite rapidly. And we probably need to see where have been areas where wastage has taken place, and able to deal with such wages. One area which also I'm interested in is the role of state-owned entities in public finances, you know. And the work that we've done before, I've part of done, was also to look at how do we ensure that, you know, because we first understand why were the state-owned entities established in the first place, to deal with the market failures and to address some of the issues that are in the service delivery and so on. But we've seen that, I mean, the point that we've raised before was to say some of the state-owned entities have both commercial and developmental mandate or social mandate. And one way to try to deal with or one way to try to, you know, ensure efficiency and so on is try to separate those two, you know, objectives, and try to ensure that when there is support for state-owned entities, is largely addressing the issue of developmental mandate. And I think that can go a long way of dealing with reducing more spending from government, because obviously largely to deal with that, deal with some of the issues around that. But I think there's a great opportunity to deal with wastage. We've seen the AGSA's report indicating how much money, more than 60 billion every year, has been wasted. You know, that's a big chunk of money. You know, but yeah, I mean, maybe you need to think about, you know, again, you know, growing economy is a big issue, because I said it's a ratio. If your economy grows bigger, your ratio go down. You know, and of course, I don't know if there's enough space to cut expenditure, as you're saying, Honorable Joseph, there in this moment. But if you have opportunity to grow economy, and your ratio will come down. Of course, have we exhausted all mechanisms to spend, to require more money to spend as opposed to being debt? That's another question that needs to be explored. Have we explored other areas we can get more finance as opposed to going, you know, to borrow? You know, that's another question that we need to deal with. You know, I mean, and I'm not, you know, it's not rocket science. I mean, it's a more of trying different things. There's no one solution to that. You know, I'll deal with that. But there certainly need to be a lot of creativity around it. But I still bet my penny that if you grow economy more inclusively, you see more people demanding, buying products, more economic activities, and I think that will give break into. And of course, the debt costs a lot. You know, I agree. The debt costs a lot. I mean, I look at it the other day. It's a budget of 3 or 4 provinces. You know, it's a big issue. But cutting expenditure doesn't that goes away. It remains. You know, you need to have the other variable also getting bigger, you know, to deal with that. So it's a very difficult question. But I mean, it requires a lot of thinking. And I also learn from other countries. I think it's very important to see what's kind of the similar situation where we are. You know, they grow. You know. So we need to really be innovative in going. But particularly now, Mr. Joseph's, there are a lot of new tech-oriented business models that comes into place. What roles are they supported to actually try to, you know, get more people in business and more demand in the economy? Sorry, it's a very difficult question, but I've tried. Thanks.
Honorable Louis.
Thank you, Dr. JANTJIES. You have 5 minutes for this question. Managing key stakeholder relationships is an important responsibility of the director of the PBO. At times, stakeholders can be very demanding and even unreasonable. Describe how you will manage difficult stakeholder relationships and expectations and demands.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you so much for the question. I think the point is that one of my achievements since I've joined Parliamentary Budget Office as the conceptualization and establishment of the African Network of Parliamentary Budget Office is a very difficult process, difficult in a way that the environment was, you know, very difficult. And what we did there, you know, I mean, firstly, I had to, why I'm saying difficult? Difficult because I had to sell an idea to my colleagues as well, to say, look, we need to have this African Network of Parliamentary Budget Office, a platform where various countries' Parliamentary Budget Office, including the members of parliament, meet on an annual basis and engages on issues that affect the sector and how to strengthen our role in that regard. And I think my experience there has really been able to enable, you know, expose me to different kinds of stakeholder relations. Because I mean, the student initially when I conceptualized the idea was 2015, which was in line with the country's microeconomic strategy of regional integration and so on, bringing different people engaged on development in the continent and elsewhere. And in that space, I remember, you know, I had to engage with so many people that I've never engaged with before to make it a success, you know, and you know, bringing, you know, so many from so many different. I think there was a point where we had close to 60 countries, you know, same space where, you know, I was the person who was actually making sure we engaged those people, including the senior executive in different countries and multilateral organizations had to be there as well. And I think that was a very interesting approach. And I'm quite proud about that because it's very one of the achievement that the fifth administration, from the presiding officers, many of our advisory board as well have said is one of the achievement that we've done as an institution over the last term. Coming back to the issue of dealing with difficult stakeholders, what has happened I have actually had a situation where a stakeholder approaches me, says to me, look, please, man, include my points on your presentation or analysis and so on. But I mean, look, I'm a member of various professional bodies, which makes me a commissioner of oath. You know, I have to uphold certain code of conduct and certain professional. I'm assessed annually, you know, to maintain that role of being a commissioner of oath. So what I did, you know, in my way of, you know, being respectful and appreciating humility, you know, which really I learned a lot from my dad, that I did explain to the colleagues, say, look, I get your point, but I refer the guys to the committee chairpersons, say, look, or say, I know one of the incidents nearly got into trouble with the content advisor of one of the committee, but I refer them to say, look, our role is not to take specific individuals or sectors' views in here. Our role is to provide evidence, that is data which says this is what is happening. And again, we don't recommend to say, take this view or don't take this view. And I remember very well, I mean, I had two meetings. I invited the stakeholders to come to the office, not even meet me in the corridors, come to the office, say, look, this is what we explain to them how we work and how we ensure that our work come in with reliable information. And I refer them to the committee. And I did explain that, look, if my understanding of our committee is that they don't deny stakeholders to make their points. They do get space to make presentation. And frankly, the following year, they were allowed space to make presentation. I was quite happy with that approach. And secondly, one other stakeholder also did that. And I mean, I said it only got me in trouble. I remember I forwarded his email to one of the content advisors who was not happy because it seemed as if I was still stating. I said, look, please help this guy because he wants his help. So I think there is a mechanism, and I think I've got so much, what I think I'm still young, if I like using that word a lot, though I've got gray hair, but I think I've got a lot to give in this country. And I don't think, you know, some of those things are worth my professional development. I've worked so hard. And I'm a role model to many people from very background. I come from a rural area, and they look up to me, you know, so whatever I do, it's not about me, it's about the whole community where I come from. The whole people are like me, young professionals are so eager to come and join, to work in these institutions. So, you know, I think about a lot of those things if I make it. Sometimes it's difficult decisions, but I think my calm and positive demeanor has always been helpful to try to be clearly articulate the points, especially where there's clear objectives, clear plans. Or in our institution, we have got a very clear mandate that, you know, what we do, don't do, what needs to be in place. So I think, I'm not saying it doesn't happen, it will always happen. And like where we are, there will always be people trying to influence you, but I think we need to have a strategy in dealing with that. And I think the institution as well has a mechanism to try to deal with that, code of conduct, you know, what you need to do and what you need in place. And that also has played a role in shaping how I respond to some of these mechanisms. Not easy, but like I say, it has to be done. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. I just want to change tack quickly to technical expertise, if I may.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we can disagree on policy proposals, and we may do that, but where I think the PBO has done quite well is providing credible forecasts of revenue and growth that are actually often better than the National Treasury's, because the National Treasury tends to be very optimistic in its assessment of growth and revenue forecasts. But I think it's really important for whoever the successful candidate is to have a really solid grounding in econometrics and economic modeling. So can you just take us through, talk briefly about your own experience and expertise in econometric forecasting, revenue modeling, growth modeling, debt modeling, and so on, that is so crucial for this role?
Firstly, let me put it this way. We don't do forecasting as PBO. You know, we don't do forecasting as PBO. What we do, we actually audit forecasts that has taken place over the years. So what we do, we look at what has been the past experience of the outcomes of the forecasts. You You know, we look at what has government predicted, what has been the government's focus over the years, and how has that turned out in the outcomes. And we use that to actually, in year monitoring, to predict what are likely to be, on a monthly basis, predict how are that likely to realize what the objectives are set out to be. And I think what we have also done, we have not provided a pointed estimate or pointed forecast, because we're a small team, you know, we're a very small team. To do a full-on forecast, it means we all have to stop what we're doing and actually sit there and do that work. And I think it's an understanding that we've had in the office. So look, we're a small team. How do we maximize our value? So I don't think we should be sitting in the office, frankly. I don't think we should be sitting in the office number crunching all the time. I think we should be engaging with you, giving advice based on our experiences, based on our expertise, and of course relying on and then having to do focus will mean sitting down all the time. But I think what our focused work that we've done, I'm quite fairly comfortable that it has provided members with some sense of understanding what would likely to be the outcomes. Would government realize its estimates or not, based on the experience of the previous performance of their estimates and focus, and we rely on different other focus out there, because I mean the Act does empower us to engage with other stakeholders in our work, try to strengthen that. And I still, in my view, I don't think we should really spend a lot of time doing focus, even if it's a director. I would rather spend a lot of time, you know, providing more. Okay, looking at, I'm fairly confident that the focus can still provide the more necessary view you want. But I think, as I said earlier on, I want us to come out with the approach where we look at what has been advised you to give information, what has been the changes in society, what has been the changes as a result of the budget. And if, of course, the focus are important, because if you focus economic growth, you're talking tax revenue. You know, it's important. When you talk about you know, tax revenue, you're talking about expenditure. You know, so the members over the years, even towards the end of the fifth administration, there has been concern about the Treasury missing its focus. It's a very fair point, and members need to ask that question, and because it affects spending and it leads to more debt in that regard. I'm not saying it's unimportant, I'm saying it's important, but to get to those, like any other estimate, estimates are not factual. It simply says to you, you estimate things to be in this way, and you know, in the literature, it does give sense that must be room for errors, and maybe the question should be, what are the errors that you expect, Treasurer? If you have this estimate, what are errors that you're going to make you not realize your objective, and how do you go about monitoring the process throughout the year? And I think our budget cycle process, it does provide for that mechanisms to say, in the medium term time now in October, you really look at your estimates, you know, and how reliable are those estimates, and shift them up. It's part of the estimate. So I think, you know, answer your question, I want to put it that way. Of course, I looked at economic growth model, optimum growth model, which I did also at the university and even post that, where one of the most important variables has always been, you know, the use of technology, understanding the role of technology as a variable in looking at growth. Look at CGE, which largely tried to estimate the winners and losers, and then we're looking at it when we looked at the impact of the carbon tax in the economy. We use the CGE model, where we look at who will be the winners and the losers in the economy as we put carbon tax in place. And you know, there's a lot of that. But you know, my emphasis is here, I'm trying to put forward, is that it's important to have that, but members should really dig into changes the budget does in society. And of course, the economy is part of it. Debt, dealing with debt is part of it. If government says we're going to have debt levels at this level, you must hold them accountable. Why haven't they realized that over the time? And there's mechanisms in place already to have that in place. But I'm emphasizing my sense, my objective, my goal as Director of Parliamentary Budget is to ensure that oversight gets elevated from financial probity to how has the budget contributed to the betterment of society, to the improvement of the people. I mean, I'm so passionate about this because, Chairperson, I grew up, you know, my dad was very passionate about community development, you know, and I have seen how much, you know, the role of public expenditure can be so important in providing for poor South Africans, and we need to have that conversation at that level. How much is the budget transforming the society, and how much has been achieved? A lot has been achieved. We look at statistics, SA reports. I was looking at it recently. So much has been achieved, but it's still stuck on inequalities and some of these challenges, which I think the legislature needs to take that up and push it back to say, how has the budget changed this? And we as a PBO need to provide that analysis that actually enables you to do that. To say, PBO says society has not improved or marking has not improved the area, and how have what have we done? Oh, no, there's been challenges in this. And I think for me, that's very important. Sorry, I just went on a tangent. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Honorable Peters.
Thank you, Chairperson. On a lighter note, somebody once asked me a question related to surnames like Nokolo, Abrams, Tipuo, Peters, DUMISANI, JANTJIES, on why exactly you'd have an African name with a surname of our type. And I actually said our history in South Africa has a bigger role to play, because you'd remember, Chairperson, before the national disaster on COVID-19, there was limitation in terms of how people could go and get So our great-grandfathers probably used that to create an adequate, people create environments for survival, and they had to do that. Yes, Chairperson, thank you very much for the next opportunity to ask Dr. DUMISANI JANTJIES another question. Dr. JANTJIES, in responding to Honorable Abrams' question, you mentioned that the PBO should not be over-reliant on other institutions. So I want to ask you, taking into consideration how you responded to Honorable Lewis' question about why the PBO is not doing macro forecasting, revenue and debt modeling, as well as properly policy forecasting and evaluation and costing, and indicating that you are a small team, or you are a small team. So if appointed, how will you, within the very limited resources, both budgetary and in terms of the human capital, which is also related to the skills required, referred to in my first question, how would you be able to safeguard the independence and integrity of the Parliamentary Budget Office? That is making it possible that you adhere to the provisions of the money, bills, amendment procedures and related matters act. I was just giving context to the question, but the independence and integrity of the PBO, how would you enhance it within this limited resource space, within the fact that there is small team and lack of capacity, therefore, with the skills that are needed to do what Honorable Lewis was asking you with regard to this. You've got 5 minutes to respond to this. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Well, I'm still expecting my dad to explain to me about the surname, where it comes from. So hopefully, I'll tell him that please do tell us, and maybe he'll explain. Thank you so much. I think, let me be clear, we have got a high technical team. I'm very confident about our team. And I think we've done a lot of work, and I'm very proud of the work that I'm involved in. I think we've done a lot of good work, and I still hold up there. I can, be happy and comfortable about that. We do rely on work done by other entities. We do rely on it, but we rely on entities that are credible entities. Credible in terms of which are, when you look at Stat SA, for example, we use statistics SA because they have data, they've got enough data which is used by government to estimate. We use Treasury's work, we use many entities, and of course, we use literature as well. Some of these things are not straightforward things. Certainly, I agree. And we use literature. I mentioned earlier June zero-based, but we rely heavily on literature to say what has been literature, what has been experienced by various organizations, experienced by individuals, and more. So we rely heavily on that. And then that's why I'd say earlier on we use we look at the previous estimates and forecast or estimate what will be the range of achieving the outcome. So now that's very important. We use that. And of course, you know, I think when I said macroeconomic, I don't think we should do, I'm not saying we can't do it, we can do it. If what's that Parliament wants to do, we can do that. But I'm just saying that we probably need to, so what? You know, if you sit there the whole day, whole 3 months doing analysis, so what will that help with? You know, it could help, you know, to hold a government accountable. But I think what we've been doing is all right. But I think what I'm saying is that there's a more value could add in doing other things to what the latest oversight do than you know, spending a lot of time developing, because the models you have to develop it. And frankly, there are disagreements, you know, sorry now, there are disagreement, Chairperson, about which models works well, which models based on what. Even in our team, we have always disagree, fight all the time, you know, disagree, know this and so on. So there's that understanding. Of course, that shows that we are quite capable of putting that. The issue of independence is very important. It's very important, as you say, Ma'am Depo, because the Act is quite clear, in my view. The Act is quite clear that when you look at literature of independence in states, it says there should be 3 things that we realized to say you are an independent entity. Firstly, you must have a budget, which, okay, firstly, that's probably the last one. The first one would be you must have a clear mandate, a clear objective or clear mandate, which is either in the policy, in our case, more even better, because in the legislation, in terms of what we need to do, is very clearly spelled out in the Act, which is very clear. What we need to do, what we can do, have to report any undue influence. That's clear. As director, you must, you know, held up. You know, there's a very clear mandate in terms of the Act, what we need to do. Secondly, the director must appoint his team or her team, insofar as making sure that the office itself has appointed its own team, which is capable, based on the thorough assessment and analysis of their capabilities. The second thing, director or the PBO could appoint its own team. Of course, this is, of course, the Act further says that, okay, that's the second, but third part is the budget. You must have, you can have a mandate. If you don't have a budget to it, like we don't have the budget, you can't do your mandate, you know. So that's those 3 mechanisms are clearly spelled out to make the office quite clearly independent. And it further clarify our governance structures, that these are governance structures. We're going to have advisory committee, we're going to have we are counter-executive authority in line with the Constitution. So there's very clear mechanisms that protect the office from any undue influence. And of course, the responsibility lies to the director to uphold those specific requirements and be able to make sure the team implements that. And of course, as I said earlier to Honorable Louis, that there will always be elements try to interfere and so on, but the Act is very clear, you know, to protect the office and protect the institution from any undue influence. And I'm quite happy, quite comfortable, upholding those will continue to ensure the office is able to continue with its role of supporting the legislation, important role of supporting the legislation. Thank you so much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable NJADU.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Plakis, strategic.
JANTJIES, there's Plakis also. I don't want my points to be taken by Professor.
I withdraw. An apology. Dr. JANTJIES, is strategic leadership. Given the nature of the position and the demand, can you tell us about the time when you were required to make complex, unpopular, or tough decisions in your previous employer, and what kind of process did you follow when making such complex decisions? And how did you manage various interests which were affected by your unpopular decision? You have got 10 minutes to respond on this question. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. the chairperson, before I start, before I applied for this job, I actually took a leadership and management assessment to really assess where I am. I think it's important to put it out there, to assess where I am as a person, personally, but also my ability as a strategically. And it was important for me personally, but also important for the institution and organization as well, you know, to assess where I am. And I mean, I received the report on NJADU, you know, and I remember when the report had really given me that confidence that I should apply for this job. And I mean, you know, I remember when the psychologist was giving a feedback, she said to me, look, the report, I said, summarized to me, she said, look, when I summarize to you, DUMISANI, you have that capability. You know, give an example, which I'll do it anyway, and I hope no one get offended by that. It's like, you know, you are like a Ferrari engine put in a VW. So you need to be given that unleashed strategically, and that really motivated me, you know, put out there, give specific capabilities that the assessment says, you know, the fact that I'm a highly professional, you know, decisive and very strategic thinker. You know, so many requirements. I mean, you've read my application there, but I'm saying that there was sense that, you know, I'm at that stage where I need to, you know, I could improve could add value into a strategic leadership role in the space that I'm in. Coming back to the question of difficult questions, I think the way I see issues, for example, I mean, I'll give example, I'll just give you my approach. My approach in management leadership, it's really about management by objective, really. You know, I don't think I believe in, you know, I'm using this, I'll give the specific answer. I don't believe in micromanaging or being micromanaged. I don't dwell in that because I like, you know, thinking quite broadly and so on. But at the same time, I think there may be clear understanding of the objective, you know. And that's, for me, has helped me a lot. Being managing by objective also means because this is a clear objective of what needs to be done, what needs to be in place, and if the team understand that, it becomes often easier to deal with any challenges or any issues, or even having to understand the difficult decisions that the leader has to do. So first and foremost, important, the team needs to understand the goal or the objective or the vision of the organization. And, you know, if you make a tough decisions, it's within that's my approach really, and that's that I've been applying throughout the time. And in making difficult decisions, I often look at them in three ways as well, you know. Whether is this difficult decision in line with, you know, the mandate or the objective, which means, of course, I would have to make sure that I allow space for different views to be listened, because that's where innovation come in. Or is it personal, you know, in different cities? I was driving between Rustenburg and I think another city there, and I had two teams. And when I got into another team, I found that one of the staff member was actually, you know, drunk, you know, in the team. It was very embarrassing, you know, I won't say the name, and affecting the team's productivity in that regard. And it was, you know, I had to decide whether I remove him in the team. Yet he was a very capable person at the same time, a young fella, and of course, it was affecting the team morals as a whole. And I think I sat down with him and understand why was he drunk. You know, clearly we're there for a particular purpose, and his approach, you know, his way of doing, it's affecting the whole team. And, you know, I sat down and understood what was his challenges. He told me about his family situation. You know, there were a lot of issues at home and so on, you know, explain that. And I said to him, look, I need to help you, maybe you need to get support and so on and so forth. And he said, no, he will get support and so on and so forth. But that continued, you know. The after the following week, I went back to the other client. I was speaking to this client, find the similar thing. And I had to fire the guy from the team. I had to remove the guy from the team. It was a very difficult situation because I needed to understand what were the implications of the projects, deadlines, what were the implications of removing the guy in the team. But I think I'd given enough time to understand what's going on. But I explained to him the importance of having that. So in a way, that always helps me to have an understanding of the importance of making difficult decisions should be aligned with the bigger goal of the organization. If you keep on working like this, it means you want to achieve the client's requirements in that regard. And it was tough. I still remember that because I remember I had to tell him to go home, and so on. And I mean, that's one example. Another example had to do with when I had to. We went away. I was leading a team. We got lost we're in a foreign country, got lost, so I had to tell the guys we have to walk for 15 minutes to get to the client on time, to get to the engagements on time, and it was very difficult, having to convince my peers to listen. Some probably older than me, to say, look, we have to do it this way, and explain to them, if you don't get on time, I couldn't afford to get a cab, whatever, because we're in a very complex environment. So I think my approach of management, which has helped me to where that's how I've been able to deal with difficult situations, understanding what's the implication of broader purpose of what we're doing of the organization, and realizing the internal protocols is very important as well. Some of these things, if you're dealing with, people, to understand the implications broadly in that regard. I think that's where I would want to do it at NJADU.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think we still have a few minutes in these 10 minutes. Dr. Jantjies, to emphasize on the nature of the position and understanding that the director, PBO, as a manager, have to have a relationship which is internal and external, as we also work with public. Now, can you tell me how you're going to deal with tensions, internal and external?
Thank you. I think somehow I might have preempted that question, that some of the points I've raised earlier. Look, first of all, I mean, we've not had a director for the past 2 years so far. And I'm very happy that I've contributed to stability in the office up to this far. And we've achieved a lot of our objectives, a lot of goals. It's been very difficult, but we have been able to pull through and deal with demand driven. And I mean, I don't know if any members have realized that we have not been challenged in some of the other, but we have been able to pull off sleeves and do the work. I think for me that's worth mentioning there, that has shown that we've been able to manage stakeholders' engagements, and of course it's not been easy. It's not been easy, it's very tough. It's also given that our environment is a very high-tech environment where there's a lot of self-interest. There's also a lot of different views in how we deal with these issues. And internally, as I said earlier on, when coming to conflicts or misunderstanding between the team, it's first and foremost, it's very important to have disagreements. It's very important to have conflicts, because through conflicts, disagreements, where good things come up. And also it's because we're all thinking that we want to make it better. That's first important to appreciate the conflict. It's not a bad thing, it's a good thing to have conflicts, but of course they need to be managed in a way. And as I said earlier, if you have a clear mandate, a clear goal, clear objectives for the team, what you want them to realize, it really make it easier or make better for you to manage those engagements. I mean, one thing that we often have engagements in the office, we have, before we do the work, we have brainstorming sessions, come up with ideas, and often it's about who speak louder, even though they speak really things that are not really helpful for the whole thing, and often some come with ideological differences, the clashes and so on. But what I've been able to do in many instances is say, look, let us rather provide evidence. If you say a debt levels is too high, provide evidence. You say, okay, based on what, or if you say we have increased more taxes, you know, we have a lot of debate about whether having more taxes measures implemented would be more. So you need to provide a space for your fellow professionals to really take you on board. Like in a typical research environment whereby for you to come up with a recommendation and strategy, you need to have seen what others have done and back it up with some data, some evidence. So that has helped a lot to have those tensions. There are tensions, there will always be tensions. I said it's very important, but as much as mechanisms like that, we say, look, if you're going to say this is a policy will not enable the organization to realize or the country to realize the mandate, provide some backing, you know, so that, you know, I don't feel like my view is left out without having been taken. But I've also, one-on-one engagements are important. I remember one of the team came to me the other day and said, look, I don't like the way the language that you use in the engagements, you know, which is really, and I was like, okay, fine, I'll speak to the specific colleague. Look, the colleagues are not happy with the way language you speak, rather speak. So one-on-one also helps in dealing with that issues, because it's often very high tempo and so on. And, you know, the other things is having internal protocols very clearly understood in terms of when to spend what, when to do what. It must be clear internal protocols in that regard. It's external engagement, external conflicts and so on. I mean, when I joined, you know, Parliament, Parliamentary Budget Office, there was a very interesting engagements which I found whereby there wasn't very good rapport between the new office and other units in the institution. You know, I'm going to be frankly and be open about it. There wasn't a good working relations as I saw it. You know, I thought there was bit tensions and so on. And one of the suggestions I said to the colleagues, I remember, I said, look, we need to really have social engagements, understanding, because sometimes people are very insecure about these spaces and they're not able to engage. And I think that opening up that engagements, you know, with colleagues from other end or outside often makes it better to understand each other. I believe understanding people, even if you disagree with them, you know, in a very humility way. So now I think that has helped me a lot. I've really had conversations with various committees, and that actually, that has made me, that's helped me in leading the success of implementation of the African Network Parliamentary Budget Office, because I needed the institution than I needed the team. You know, of course I needed a team, but I think I need more broadly. And that engagement of understand people, engage with them, it has really made it possible to manage the relations. And of course, putting out my position quite clearly. You know, this is what we're doing. To understand, no, you guys must be doing this. But I think that having that understanding, because like I say, sometimes it's really insecurities that leads to tensions. I don't know if I understood your question, but thanks.
Thank you very much, Doc. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Doc. Perhaps the easiest one for me. Can you just share with the committee about your research paper for your PhD thesis, and how is it, if it's going to help your the position of being a director BPO, very briefly, and you know it's a very common one. You would have heard it from me. And how can the budget be used to transform the economy of this country? Well, that assumes that you agree with the principal statement which says the budget should be used. If you don't agree with that statement, please say so and just motivate again whatever position that you are taking. We have got just 5 minutes to deal with both questions.
Thank you, Chairperson.
You are not going to tell us about the research methodology that you used, the sources of your data and stuff. And
well, so that's the easy part, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, my thesis, you know, it actually, the reasons why I joined Parliament, by the way. What I did in my thesis is that I looked at I use economic, what do you call it, principal agent model as an economic model to understand accountability or governance structures within government, particularly more concern about service delivery. To say, look, I need to understand, how do we go about making sure that people get services in government? And I used a model, I developed my own model, which was really based into breaking down accountability into four categories, taking into account, giving account, and all of those things. But really trying to understand how does government ensure service delivered in public finance. And that's very important because I looked at different provinces in this regard. And, one of the major findings I had was that, we have too many, policy documents that we use to determine what government service delivery should be. And that's a problem, because you can't have, because when you go to different departments, different organizations, and say, how do you spend? Why do you decide to spend on this as opposed to that? He's like, no, you see, you must look at this other document and this other document. I'm like, but that's a problem, I said, but I thought NDP was a main overarching plan. And so that, but one of my conclusions, the fact that we're not realizing our objectives is because there's so many policy documents that we use to plan as a government spending and so on. And I think that's a very important aspect. Hence, I was emphasizing earlier on that we have more simplistic approach, say, this MTSF or these are political outcomes, budget you need to realize. So it's very easier and very fairly accessible in that regard. But the other point that I realized in my thesis, lastly, Chair, I don't want to take too much, is that the legislature requires technical capacity. That's why I said earlier on that I joined Parliament because of my PhD, because of my studies there, because I realized I'm better off adding value there. I mean, I probably could have been elsewhere, but I thought with my love for development, community development, it will be a better space to contribute because this analysis, technical, is very important. I see it as important that we do it for you to be able to understand what's going on and hold executive accountable on changes in society. So that's really how, it's one of the conclusions I said, no, legislatures needs to have a technical strength, capacity to be able to hold executive. And hence, I said earlier, that's why I joined Parliament, to try and play that role as a technical expertise and provide my finance and economic background understanding as a part of the sense. So I think that's how it will certainly help. It's still very important to play a role very, very critically in the middle of what PBO do, my thesis in that regard. But anyway, I did it before the office was established, so I was sort of visionary there, Yes, I agree. One of the reasons why we're not able to deal with inequalities is because the economy has not transformed. That's a very important point. The reason why we're not able to deal with inequalities, we've got fewer elites who cream off the benefits of the economy for not really applying it back to the economy. So I think the budget has an important role to play to transform the economy. And I think there's been a lot been done over the years to try to transform the economy. You see a lot of policies. I mean, there's a lot of debate about black economic command. I know there's a very controversial point. I had a chat with this gentleman from WTO, World Trade Organization, yes, one of the chief strategists there. And he's like to me, look, I think Parliament, I think black economic parliament is a bad policy. It hit me hard because when I think about how much I'm a benefit of that policy, if there wasn't B, I would not be here, frankly, But what I said to him, look, like every other policy in government, everywhere, it has its strengths and weaknesses. Any other policy has strengths and weaknesses. And I said to him, look, you come from a well-off country, you don't understand how much our economy is so much skewed toward a particular it doesn't really deal with the more nitty-gritties of getting the broader society back up there. And one way of the objective, a goal of BE was to try to level the playing field. And whether that has been realized is a question that we should be debating and how much we to improve on that. We need to have mechanisms that are so deliberately trying to address transformation or inequalities in society. And I think, Chairperson, coming back, the budget has a role to play. Of course, we can have this conversation about BE later, what I think needs to be, but I'm just saying it's very important to have deliberate policies that address inequalities that our economy is facing. And we need to really be frank and clear and have that conversation. Why haven't we transform the economy? And then how has the budget? It boils back to a point I raised. When you look at the medium-term strategic framework for the next 5 years, it does have inclusive economic mechanisms, which means the budget will have to be used to deal with that. And I say, members of parliament at this stage, they need to take that on. Say, we have committed ourselves to transform the economy based on the medium-term strategic framework. How far have we done? What have we achieved? And what still needs to be done in that regard? So I think it plays a very important role, and we can't shy away from it. Yes, it's a difficult conversation, but we must have it. When you look at how much, poor communities, we need to deal with that. We need to deal with that, Chairperson. Sorry, I just get emotional about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. I think that was the penultimate question. The last question we would like your comment. Our constitution enjoins Parliament and government in general to be transparent with its activities. So you'd have received a letter coming from management which was saying your names are out there. We got one comment from the public, and I must stress upfront that he didn't say that is Dr. JANTJIES, but there was a comment coming from the member of the public which says there's an investigation which took place at PBO, and one or more than one of the people who will be appearing before us has or have been implicated by that. Do you know anything about it? Do you mind to comment about it? You don't have to, but if you want, please do so. And the main thing that we would like to, is it implicating you in any way?
I want to comment, Chairperson. I want to comment on that.
Okay, please do.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm not aware of any investigation. At least, at least the three of us, my fellow deputy directors, we've been trying to steer the ship over the past 2 years. But I know for a fact that there was it's in public domain. There was an investigation. I don't know if it's not an investigation. There was a former colleague of ours, I don't mention name, but I think it's very important for public interest for this thing to be put out there, who raised concerns that they're not happy with the way frankly, he was not promoted. He felt like he was not promoted, and he dragged the office into the institution to CCMA, complaint about that he was not promoted because he thinks he was qualified to do to be in a position, presupposing us that some of us were not capable, whatever. Strangely, the same person I don't want to focus on individuals here, who argued that, who I remember we had a coffee one day, who was saying, with your capability, you should be running one of the big SOEs out there, because you're so capable. But now later, when they left, started throwing issues around. And we all dragged into CCMA as PBO staff members to provide evidence. We were subpoenaed, basically. But of course, that issue came out because the commissioner argued that he could not prove what he was alleging, which is that he was not promoted because he could not qualify. But clearly, what I want to point out is, look, there was clear advert, there was clear qualifications, there was clear requirements of experience and so on. I don't know whether those were met, but that's an HR matter which I'm not privy to. But that's the part I know. But of course, whether an investigation or not, I'm not very sure if there are investigations. At least no one has told me about me that I'm being investigated. But I'm happy I'm very confident that there's no investigation that I know about. Of course, there was before whether there was investigation in terms of inefficiencies or whatever in the office, and nothing really came out in that regard. So I'm not sure what that is, but I want to put it categorically clearly here. There's no investigation in the office that I know of, and I'm not under any investigations, and I'll be happy to provide information if there's any investigation within my name in it. Thank you, Chips.
Thank you so much, Doc. All of the best. Do you have any question for us? Do you want to put us in the interview?
Yeah, you have to have questions, you know, as an interviewee. I learned that all the time. You know, but I think for me, it's not a question per se. You know, we've been newspaper articles written recently, which I thought was probably related to the fact that we are, the process taking place, you know, but I think it's the comment I want to give is that it's very important that the public understands the role of Parliamentary Budget Office. So I'm putting back to the committees, Parliament, because when I look at some of the questions, I mean, even myself, I was sent questions by a newspaper article, by my role of acting as director now, you know, I'll send that information to say what is the, you know, to answer those questions. And so I thought those questions largely about not understanding what is Parliamentary Budget Office, because we've never had it before. It's the first institution, it was fairly fairly established, and there's no comparative thing like that in the country, except that internationally, you know, other countries that have that. So it's very important to have that public understanding, what is Parliamentary Budget Office from your perspective, and also that they get that awareness and they get that feedback and get information. We put our information there when we present with, and hoping that there is that understanding that what we do and what we don't do, you know. And so somebody was saying, one article was saying, we've not been a good watchdog. We're not a watchdog. We advise the legislature on some of the issues related to budget. So there's those issues, which I really appreciate the committee and the members of the legislature broadly to explain to the community, society, what is Parliamentary Budget Office and what is it there for. The second point, from the point of view, is that it's very important that we get feedback from you as well, as members of Parliament. Our role is precisely to advise you in oversight. But we appreciate, I think I raised this before, we appreciate it when we get a feedback, because you want to know where to improve. Because you can have your self-interest and sit there, but it doesn't help. You know, we need that feedback from the members of the legislatures to say, we think you're doing this, we want this, or want more of this. I mean, when I look at last administration that we had, so much work that were coming out, requests from the committees. We were doing a lot of analysis for the committees. And then obviously with the new term, we've not gotten a lot of that understanding that it's new face and so on. But I'm saying we need that engagement, you know, because we had that of that, because we need to know when to improve. I mean, you can, like I say, it's very important for us to know that you feel we are doing our work, or we need to improve in that regard. So that's very important, because that's how we grow as a person. And I think those are the 2 points. There could be a lot, but those are the 2 points, Chair, I want to bring to the committee and the Parliament and society at large. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doc. I think the honourable members will note some of the issues that you are raising, and thank you for clarifying the situation. Just to say, you know that we have been told that there is a vetting process that we are busy with. We do want to fast-track this process, but we are also dependent on other institutions for us to be able to finalize the process. So what we'll do, we'll wait for that information, and thank you for cooperating with everybody and anyone who may approach you as far as that exercise is concerned. I just want to throw, do you want to say something?
Yes, Chairperson, I just want to understand what's the plan, what's the envisaged time to starting as a director, you know, it's just to kind of rely on the external work. Sorry.
There are some exogenous factors which we can't be able to deal with, but from our side, those that we can deal with, we'll make sure once we have got those things, we want to fast-track the processes to our own interest. That's what the members have said. So I'm saying, just be rest assured that is the process that we want to finish ASAP. And then, can I throw back something to you, something that you, as you go out of this room, you do? With all the best intentions from these committees, especially the finance committees that you deal with, I don't think we are able to go and tell the public what PBO does. I think again that's the external stakeholder engagement that I think you need to deal with, so that the public understands very well what you are doing. We'll do our part, but I think by and large the primary responsibility is in that office. Thank you very much, and all of the best. Thank you. Thanks, Doc.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Thank you, all members. Thank you so much, colleagues. Thanks.
Okay. There's somebody they are going out to look for Honorable Peters and Honorable MOLETSANE. So as they go, basho njalo. We will be interviewing Mr. Kumalo. Just to remind members, there is an issue which has been raised about the candidate. Or members, why don't we agree, just rush for 2 minutes and wash your hands if you need to, and come back ASAP.
Now that Honorable Peters and MOLETSANE are back, I think we are ready to start. Good morning and welcome. Thank you for availing yourself to be interviewed by the committee. As you can see, the names of the oral members are written there. You see them. We'll be taking turns to ask you questions. And as we ask you questions, we'll also be indicating to you how much time we give you for that question as a way of trying to manage time. But once more, thank you so much for availing yourself, and congratulations for making it to the short list. Very briefly, in less than 5 minutes, please tell us who Mr. Khumalo is.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable members, my name is Bongani Khumalo. I was born in a city called Bulawayo in Zimbabwe. I grew up there and I studied at the University of Zimbabwe. My first job was teaching at the University of Zimbabwe, which I did for about 2 years, between 1991 and 1993. And then I moved to Grahamstown, Rhodes University, where I taught from 1994 until 1999. Then I moved from Grahamstown, Rhodes University to Johannesburg, when I joined the Financial and Fiscal Commission in 1999. I think I started there in July. I worked there, I joined the commission as a researcher. Then I was promoted to a program manager. Ultimately, I was appointed to the commission as deputy chairperson of the commission in 2008. And then in 2010, I took over when the then chairperson, Dr. Bethel Sitai, as term came to an end. I took over as the acting chairperson, and I acted as chairperson until 2016, when my term came to an end. Then since then, I've been trying to run a business. Difficult times with the economy doing as it is. I started it in 2017. And at this point in time, I'm still running that business. But yeah, that's Bongani Khumalo in a nutshell.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khumalo. Honorable MOLETSANE, can I ask you to take the first question?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Mr. Khumalo. I think that in 10 minutes' time, can you just respond to this question? The Parliamentary Budget Office is now almost 10 years since its inception. What would you regard as its prospects and challenges? In your answer, also indicate what should be prioritized if the Budget Office is to fulfill its function. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MOLETSANE. My understanding is that the Parliamentary Budget Office started operating in 2014, if I'm not mistaken. I actually was one of the people that was involved in the interviewing of the first members of staff that actually worked in that office. What I have picked up in terms of the Parliamentary Budget Office mandate is that in a short space of time, the Parliamentary Budget Office was established, and it has, to a very large extent, I think it has performed the functions that it was supposed to, given that the mandate, compared to other parliamentary budget offices globally, the mandate is very specific and very limited to specifically providing support primarily to the two finance and appropriations committees in the two houses. And that basically means that there's a lot of other work that other parliamentary budget offices globally do that the South African Parliamentary Budget Office does not necessarily do. In fact, in terms of the work that it has been doing, I would say that the work is actually driven by the demands of those committees specifically, and also the demands of Parliament. That is on the one side. And then it's also aligned to the budget process, which is a very specific period of time. There are certain specific deliverables that are required from the office. Now that basically limits let me first of all say the size of the office itself was, I suspect, deliberately designed to be a small office. Whether it was because of resource constraints or because of our understanding of the strength of the Treasury at that particular point in time, when the enabling legislation that set up the Parliamentary Budget Office had been put in place. The strength and the transparency globally of the process, the budget process in South Africa, and fiscal management in general, was ranked to be at a very high level. Globally, South Africa at some point was even #1 in terms of transparency in the budget process. So those types of issues might have given us confidence that we don't need such a big parliamentary budget office, because we have a strong treasury, which also is very transparent, because the purpose is basically to bring in from a parliamentary oversight point of view, is to bring in am I not clear? Okay, so it's to bring in the members of parliament as representatives of the people up to speed with what is actually happening in terms of the execution of the mandate that the particular government has been given. So I would say, if I were to take over, I would actually now start reviewing that process and say to myself, is the treasury as strong as it was at the time? What has changed in the political environment that can actually result in me saying, let's keep the PBO as it is and allow it to run with as if it has been running, or must we change it to respond to the new developments and dynamics that we have actually noticed? Now, one of the key issues that over the past 5 years or 6 years of the existence of the Parliamentary Budget Office that has happened is that the Parliamentary Budget Office came into being soon after the global financial crisis, and because South Africa's the impact of the global financial crisis of 2007-2008 had a lagged impact on the South African economy. There's a lot of changes that then happened, and then we started experiencing low growth rates. We started experiencing difficulties in terms of the demands from our parastatals or state-owned enterprises. Started coming in short in terms of needing guarantees or bailouts of some sort, and at that particular point in time, so there's a lot of things that changed. Now, if our Parliamentary Budget Office had been bigger than it is currently, there could have been some strand of work that they could have been doing that would have given signals to Parliament to say, in terms of our long-term fiscal projections, we would be expecting that over the next 5 or 6 years, this is what is going to be happening to the economy. And this is how we must then exercise, maybe revise our priorities and revise our fiscal framework and all of those types of issues. I don't think that the Parliamentary Budget Office recommends, but it basically would provide you with information to interrogate more on our long-term fiscal trajectory. So that's one of the areas that I would basically look at and say to myself, are we providing our members of Parliament with sufficient information to be able to look beyond the 5-year terms that the institution basically exists as an electoral cycle versus the longer-term prosperity of the nation? I think that's input to your question, sir.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Abraham, can you please take the second question?
Thank you so much, Chair. Mr. Khumalo, welcome. This country, South Africa, is regarded in some areas as a developmental state. Would you agree with that? And if you do agree, now talk to us about the government taxation system and how would it, in your view, improve or defeat the country's socio-economic challenges. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Abraham. The issue
Sorry. Honorable Abraham, please can you indicate what time the candidate has? And
Thank you, Chair. You have 10 minutes to respond to the question. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Abraham. The issue of a developmental state, in South Africa being a developmental state, is understandable in the sense that South Africa comes from a history of inequality, a history of oppression, and a history of racial division. So obviously there is a need in that context for a very active role for the state through its various institutions. I would assume that in order that those developmental challenges, which are basically about redress and then also providing equal opportunities, so redressing the inequalities of the past and also creating platforms for an equitable, equal society going forward without necessarily sacrificing the gains or the benefits that had accrued. Obviously, the benefits, the tax system by design would have been designed in such a way that the benefits are also racially divided. So they represent the character, of the institutional arrangements that were in existence during the apartheid era. Fast forward to 1994 democracy, there's a lot of promises that were made. There's a lot of expectations that had to be met, and the cake had to be grown, or if it continued along the same trajectory, it had to be shared amongst more people than it was originally being shared amongst. Now, the state's role then in that context could be to use the tax system to redistribute. And in order to do that, you have to have a progressive tax system. Now, the tax system in South Africa is in relative to the rest of the world, or to the developing or emerging markets, is a fairly progressive one. By that meaning that you pay more, or the incidence of the tax falls more on the wealthy or the rich in relative terms. Now, the distributive impact of that tax is taking that tax and then giving it back to the poor, whether it's in the form of grants or it's in the form of subsidies for certain services that government provides, including your health care, your education, your transportation systems. Unfortunately, in our country, our public transportation system is very weak, so you're probably not subsidizing enough when it comes to transportation. Now, the other issue that I would want to probably put in respect of this question, with respect to the Parliamentary Budget Office, is that coming from the apartheid era system, you had a lot of sanctions busting in one form or another. You had a lot of illegal movement of money, whether it was produced in South Africa legally or illegally. A lot of money was moving as we refer to the sanctions past. But now, to be nice, we will say illicit financial flows. Now, those illicit financial flows having a history embedded or emanating from the apartheid era system are probably still manifest. And I think if we look at the numbers, it's quite a substantial amount of money that is lost to the system. And I think SARS and other agencies are basically dealing with that to try and address this challenge of your illicit financial flows, because those constitute a significant leakage from the revenues that could be collected by the South African Revenue Service to be utilized. For example, some estimates would say that if we collect every little cent that flows out, which could be going into the South African Revenue Service, we might not need to go out and look for money to fund the national health insurance, for example. Or we might just need little additional from the fiscus. So there's a lot of leakages that are actually happening to the tax system because of those illicit financial flows. So for me, there is work that, as I already inferred in response to my earlier question, there is work to be done which is outside of your normal budget cycle from the Parliamentary Budget Office that could inform the conversations that Parliament has, especially the Finance and Appropriations Committees, when they deal with these revenue issues around those illicit financial flows. There's also the issue around our extractive industries and our energy sector, where historically these have contributed quite a significant proportion of revenue to the revenue to the fiscus, but there's also a lot of foreign ownership or shareholding around those areas that basically exposes those types of sectors to what you call the multinational types of transfer pricing that can actually also result in a leakages. So there's work to be done from that perspective around those areas to bring back most of these leakages into the text debt. I would say, ma'am, that's my response to your question.
Okay, thanks so much, Mr. Kumalo. Chair, if you can give me a follow-up just to check with Mr. Kumalo whether there aren't or weren't any tax incentives that were implemented in the past years that you know about, and what was the purpose for those tax incentives? And maybe just lastly, just to comment on your understanding of what is happening in these fields, the issue of developmental state versus the tax systems in other countries. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, on the area of incentives, I'm not sure whether you mean in the recent times, as in post 1994, or if you could just clarify.
The ball is really in your court, Mr. Kumalo. You can quote as far back as you wish to.
Okay. Look, generally, your tax incentives that you put in place are meant to encourage or discourage certain types of behavior. So incentives can be negative or positive. And they are meant to internalize what you would call externalities in any type of economic activity. So, for example, if I take your tobacco alcohol sector, we have what we call sin taxes that you actually apply to those activities. Now, you are not saying I want to ban the activity in these sectors. You are saying I want to discourage the participants. I'm saying there's a health issue. There is issues of accident and crime when people get drunk. So you would put an incentive by increasing the excise, or you apply an excise duty at very high rates to try and discourage that bad economic behavior or those bad externalities, so that whoever is producing or participating in that industry internalizes the social cost that their participation in that industry brings. Now, because in South Africa we don't generally earmark revenue, so the tax system does not earmark tax revenues. So whatever you collect from tobacco, from cigarettes, it all goes into one pot. So it's not going to address your healthcare issues associated with smoking. It's not going to address your for example, health costs of accidents created by people that have been drinking alcohol, and as a result they have had accidents, or they have fought and injured each other, and they have had to go to the hospital. So you haven't earmarked any of those taxes for that purpose. So probably blunt instrument, probably what you want to achieve is you want for people to reduce that particular participation in that particular industry. So when there are positive externalities, you could then subsidize the particular industries. For example, if you want to grow, let's say you want to grow your textiles industries, for example, in South Africa now, one of the probably dying industries, because there's a lot of, it's a free trade, it's a global economy, so there's a lot of other countries that have got competitive advantage that will bring in cheaper products and whatever. So you can actually give incentives to try and do that. But when you have, during a globalized environment like we have now, you are probably not likely to win that battle because then you will have to put barriers to protect your domestic producer or domestic industry. You have to put barriers. Then the other party can also do the same with your own, so then you have a zero-sum game in terms of that. Now, with the experiences, if I were to talk about the experiences of now, I'm just talking about the incentives and disincentives that you can put, because now internationally, you can protect your industry just like we have noticed in the United States in the past 5 years because of a lot of industries and a lot of towns or cities in the US that were experiencing problems, especially in the motor vehicle sectors. The current regime, when it came in with a view to say, we want to promote our own. So it's America first. We want to so using the tariffs to protect American industries is a way of subsidizing or using the tax system to protect your domestic industry. Now, whether it's beneficial, because your domestic industry will grow, it will cut your exports. But if, again, in a globalized environment, there's a response or retaliation by the other countries, you will still come back to the same problem of a zero-sum game. But now the impact of that at a global level is that because of the size of the economies that are having that kind of a trade war, it invariably spills over to the rest of the world and those countries that trade with those countries. So then it becomes a challenge to everybody else, and the global welfare basically falls. That's what I could actually say in response to your question.
Yeah, Mr. Kumara, just to make sure that our terminology is correct, are you saying that you can use a tax incentive to deal with the negative externality? The example that you used. Is that not a disincentive?
Yes, I'm saying. Well, maybe what I was saying is to incentivize a smoker to stop smoking. You must tax them at a higher level. That's what I'm trying to say. It is a disincentive. If I start from the taxation side, if I say I am putting this tax to disincentivize, is to disincentivize the activity.
Okay, Honorable Joseph. Yours is question 3, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Khumalo, the outbreak of COVID-19 has led to a following critical question. It is now time to consider zero-based budgeting system as a possibility in our country. Is it advisable to approach institutions like the Monetary Fund and the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank or BRICS banks for loans to help our country deal with the economic impact of COVID-19? What would your response be to this question?
Honorable Joseph, can you indicate how much time the candidate has?
Thank you, Chair. You have 5 minutes to respond. Mr. Khumalo.
That's very short. Thank you. That's very short time. Okay. First of all, I think we are all aware that COVID-19 is one of those unplanned for, nobody knew that this was going to happen. Nobody knew that we were going to close or completely shut down the economy, except for a very few essential sectors of the economy. So the crisis, unfortunately, the crisis that happened, it happened in a period where the South African economy was already experiencing different pressures of its own internally. So we were already into, I think it was the second, we were already in a recession. We were also experiencing difficulties with our debt levels versus our rate of economic growth. And that basically means that extraordinary measures are required. The fiscus, when the economy is not growing, the fiscus is also not growing. So the demands do not change. In fact, with the advent of COVID and the economy not operating, the demands are even higher in relative terms. Now, the reason why you have institutions like the IMF and the World Bank is for the IMF in particular, from the origins of the IMF, were to support economies with short-term crises like this kind of a crisis that we have. South Africa, being one of the founding members of those institutions and having been a member from the beginning, has every right to approach those institutions if they actually create specific purpose funding avenues to deal with specific crises. Now, the main issue here, I think, Honorable Joseph, is that when you approach an institution like the IMF, you approach it because you know you have a crisis and you know what you want to do with the money that you are going to get from them. So the IMF hardly gives you conditions if you actually know what you want to do with the money and you are not yet at a situation where you are actually over indebted to the IMF. So when those resources are made available and you know that we have a plan on how exactly to deal with this, I see no reason why South Africa cannot do that, because it's available resources that are available to any country that is a member of the fund. The issue really is about how you then utilize those funds, because if you abuse those funds, then it might mean that you have to go back again, and when you go back again, then obviously there will have to be conditions under which you must borrow, and you must then adhere to those. So what you ideally need is to have a plan that is acceptable, and that plan you must be able to stick to it, because it's just a short-term crisis that you are dealing with, and you view it as such, and you understand that you will be able to get through that. I don't think that there's any problem with that approach of taking the money from the IMF.
This is the follow-up, Chairperson. Thank you. Mr. Khumalo, thank you. What is your understanding of a zero-based budgeting system, and what do you think are the prospects or the challenges to a zero-based budget system?
Yeah, my understanding of a zero-based budget is that you actually do not have anything when you start. That's the simplest, is to view it as such. So you have priorities. So you don't put in a budget based on what you want to do. So you have a list of priorities. So that zero-based budgeting allows you to only think about what is a priority now. The advantage is that it tightens the advantage is that it tightens your budget instead of softening it. Now, if you know that you have an allocation of this much over this number of years, which is what we were doing, which is multi-year kind of budgeting, you know that you have certainty in terms of how much money you can expect to have. Now, you can afford to then decide on what you spend your money on. But now, zero-based budgeting means that you have to interrogate more what is necessary now and what you can fit into the amount of money that you have. So it's really a good thing to have when you have a tight fiscal space. But when you have very flexible, you know that you've got a lot of money going ahead, you can move away from zero-based budgeting so that you can have more flexibility in terms of how you spend your money. But given the kind of environment that we are in, I think it's probably the best way to go.
Honorable Hilus, can you please take question number 4 for us?
Thank you very much. I think we're running a bit over, so let me say you've got 7 minutes for this question instead of 10. If you are appointed director of the PBO, how will you ensure that the Parliamentary Budget Office provides support to Parliament's oversight through the budget cycle, and what are the key objectives in your mind underpinning South Africa's budget policy? You have 7 minutes.
I think in terms of, thank you, by the way, thank you, Honorable, I can't read the name, I must like, okay, yeah.
Honorable, so that you know, Honorable Hill Lewis.
Honorable Hill Lewis, yeah, I know the face, but I just forget the name, I know the face.
He can't be nameless.
No, okay, it's, let's start with what I think what are the key objectives underpinning South Africa's budget policy. Firstly, it's about the three. I mean, there are 3 key issues here. It's poverty, unemployment, and economic growth. Now, what we're trying to do is to try and balance our focus on economic growth, which means growing the economy, but then addressing these challenges of unemployment and poverty. It's a difficult balancing act if you actually do not have an understanding of the structural evolution of the economy. Where is it going? So your focus on economic growth might not necessarily address those problems of unemployment and poverty, because the way in which the wealth of the economy is distributed has got some historical tenets to it that need to be addressed, which is based on the ownership of resources, whether it's land or it's minerals or any other resources, including education, which is now. We then have even a more serious challenge that we also need to be dealing with through and I'm talking about this issue around unemployment. It's actually your youth unemployment. So you have expanded your education system. The economy is not growing and it is not creating jobs. So there's a lot of young people that you are throwing out of the system that are actually not being absorbed by the economy. And that creates a challenge. which needs to be addressed. And then another area that I think probably might even require a more focused attention to is the area of gender responsiveness of our budgeting system, which manifests itself again in those areas of poverty, having a worse impact on women, people with disabilities, and obviously I've already expressed the issue of the youth, but also now you can also include children and people with disabilities in that sector. So these are all elements that this budget must actually address, and they are not mutually exclusive, but they require the state to actually be very strong, and they require very strong institutions of state. If I think about the plans that we have gone through, and the planning systems or planning cycles that we have gone through since 1994, you will we're probably looking at maybe about 5 or 6 plans, from the RDP to GEAR to NGP so you have all of those plans. Now, recently, we have had another, I think it's about 4 that I've looked at from different sectors of society. So you have a group of economists that have put together something. You have Business for South Africa put together something. You've got National Treasury put together something. And recently you had also the ANC putting together something. So there's a lot of these plans that are floating around. But the common thread in those plans are those 3 critical issues, but now exacerbated by the advent of the COVID-19 issue. And so now the questions that we must then ask ourselves are, do we need more, or must we interrogate the existing ones? And I would want to say that it is more important to interrogate the existing ones, and for the Parliamentary Budget Office in particular, Honorable Hill is for me, is to interrogate all those plans in their totality, because they represent different sectors of society. Now, Parliament needs to be able to digest those in one go, so that when Parliament engages, let's say there's one plan that emerges out of that, and I suspect that it's already there, which is on the table, which must then be interrogated, but against the resources. And I think one of the key missing links would be, now you have this limited box of resources, which basically says now you are doing zero-based budgeting. When you are doing zero-based budgeting, there is no bailouts, basically. There is no bailouts, and as a result, we basically will need to think about the who and how. So interrogate the assumptions underlying.
Thank you. Honorable Peters, the next one.
Thank you, Chairperson. Taking into consideration the issue raised by Honorable Hill Lewis about time, I would just zoom into my question, Chairperson. Mr. Kumalo, during the 2019 budget speech of the Minister of Finance, Tito Mboweni, he indicated that the budget is built on 6 fundamental prescripts. one of which is stabilizing and reducing the public debt. In your view, what are the prospects and challenges of this approach, especially in view of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and the resultant declaration of the state of national disaster and its impact on the South African society broadly, with the government's response in its risk-adjusted approach and the support packages that it introduced? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Peters.
Sir, Honorable Peters, can you please indicate how much time you want to give on that one?
5 minutes.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. It's very short, Honorable Peters, but I'll try. I think the issue of debt sustainability it has been an issue that has been sitting with this government for quite a bit of time. I have the benefit of having been part of some of the discussions in the earlier in my former life as at the Financial and Fiscal Commission. One of the challenges that was already beginning to rear its head was that the debt to GDP ratio was growing faster than the economic growth rate. Now, if that happens, already you know that there is a problem in terms of the long-term sustainability of your debt. So the issue then becomes one of how do you manage or reduce the rate of growth of your debt. And we can start by looking at where is the debt going to. Now, obviously, in public finance, sound public finance management will tell you that you need to accumulate debt in order that you transfer wealth built on that debt to future generations who will pay for it. Because when you build a road today, it might take you 10 years to build a road that basically connects maybe Durban to Mafikeng. It might take you 8 to 10 years. You will be gone. Some of us will be gone by the time that road is created. But that road will live probably for another 30, 40 years. Now, the future generations must benefit from that. So now, the unfortunate part is when you see your debt growing, but it is growing to finance consumption, then you have a problem. So it was important at that particular point to then interrogate the composition of government spending. So you then find that quite a substantial amount, or more than the norm, is going towards consumption's expenditure relative to creating wealth for future generations. And that means that you need to rethink about your debt. Unfortunately, when you find yourself in those types of situations, you then have to rethink. Now, the implications, especially of what the minister intended to say, is that there will have to be some cost cutting in certain areas of government spending. That is, there is no or slowing down of the rate of growth in some areas of government spending. Now, which are those areas? It's a choice to be made. One of the areas, if you look at my CV, you would find that at some point I spent some time working with serving in the Presidential Remuneration Review Commission that was established. I think it must have been established in 2013 or somewhere there. But I joined them in 2014, 2015, thereabouts, which was tasked with looking at how do we contain the state's wage bill. I am not sure where that ended because I left whilst the work was still ongoing, but I haven't seen the final report from that process. But what I can say is that there is genuine concerns about the size of the wage bill, number one. Number two, I also, from previous work that one has looked at, and from my current experience just looking from outside, I also believe that there's quite a lot of fat that is in government in general. A lot of work that could be done by people that work in government is duplicated because now you have to bring in consultants to come and do the work. I think if we try and tighten and basically make sure that we use consultants when it's absolutely necessary rather than using consultants as a matter of course, we might be able to, those could be the, what you would call the low-hanging fruits, which would contribute to trying to reduce the rate at which our spending is growing. Because the only way you can reduce your debt is to, at this point in time, with the economy not growing and the demands, it is unlikely that in the short term we will be able to do anything except to try and reduce on the spending side. There are some people who say, what is wrong with accumulating debt if we know that at some point in future we will pay for it? I think that's probably a very complicated argument, because the sustainability and also the experience of countries that have acquired that much debt levels in the continent and elsewhere, it's just not an appealing argument to look at. So it's just to tighten the belts.
The second part of my question was related to the pronouncements by the President as leader of government with regard to the interventions in during this period of the pandemic, and whether that which the minister had wished for in 2019 is doable. In short.
Well, I think the reason why we had to, the minister has had to table a supplementary budget was basically to say that we still have that in mind, but given what has happened, it's not going to be done in this short term. But the commitment, I think the commitment is still there, given the interventions and the package of interventions that the President has announced. And for me in particular, I think on the infrastructure front, which I think is probably the best thing to do in a situation like this when the economy is not growing and you have so much infrastructure needs, then I think it's doable, but it's not a short-term issue anymore.
Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Judge, you can take the next question. That's question number 6.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Good afternoon, Mr. Khumalo. Mr. Khumalo, in the next 5 minutes, in managing key stakeholders relationships, which is an important responsibility of the Director of Parliamentary Budget Office. At times, however, stakeholders can be very demanding and unreasonable. Describe how you will manage unreasonable stakeholders, expectations, and demands. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Member. Stakeholder management is always going to be a very difficult point because given the mandate, and I would say that for the Parliamentary Budget Office, in the manner in which it is actually designed now, it's actually almost like prescriptive. It says primarily the four finance committees. So it's the finance committees and the appropriations committees. These are the primary stakeholder. The rest of the committees, per demand, you can respond. So these are your primary responsibilities within Parliament, primary stakeholders. So one would actually classify these stakeholders into primary and secondary and probably the rest of my stakeholders. So the way to do it, because now the good thing is that if I were to come in as the new PBO director, I would basically now say, what is the experience over the past 5 years of the existence of this so it's a quick feedback mechanism that I would do within my primary stakeholders. Where did it go wrong? Where did it go right? What do we keep? What do we work on? So I basically have to define what one would call the modus operandi. So I got to understand my stakeholders, what my obligations to the stakeholders are, and be able to negotiate with them. Obviously, there are unreasonable demands that you get, but that is standard. It comes with the job. But if you are open and direct, I would expect that that type of a conversation, if you're open and direct and you have your rules of engagement, you should be able to manage properly. So you have classified your stakeholders, basically.
Chair, just a quick follow-up. Is Mr. Khumalo, in taking action to meet stakeholders' expectations without compromising the independence of the office, how will you do that?
I'm not sure whether the first, I heard you clearly on the first part, but I hear the thrust of it is about safeguarding the independence of the office.
Yes, you want to meet the stakeholders' expectations, but not compromising the office.
Yeah, I think in terms of how the office is designed, it is governed by the rules of conduct and ethics that Parliament, that apply to Parliament, because it's really part and parcel of Parliament as an institution. So basically, if I were to come in there and have to deal with the unreasonable challenges and expectations, or unreasonable demands and expectations of stakeholders, I will have to gauge whether these are unreasonable or unreasonable or higher expectations. I will have to gauge them against the rules of engagement that basically apply to the office. So the office itself has to abide by certain rules that are prescribed by Parliament in terms of how it must conduct itself and how the director of the office conducts themselves and maintains the credibility, independence, and integrity of that office is to operate within those rules and be very clear that where there is unreasonableness, I would expect that there is a structure that must resolve those types of issues where there is a unreasonableness. And I say unreasonableness, whether it's an individual or it's a collective of individuals. I would expect that there are mechanisms to resolve. There's nothing wrong with if I fail to agree, there's nothing wrong with taking it through a process as prescribed in the general rules that apply to Parliament as an institution.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable NJADU. Honorable MOLETSANE, please take the next question, which will be question number 7.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome again, Mr. Khumalo. In 5 minutes, if you will be appointed into this position, how are you going to make sure that you protect the integrity and the independence of the position? Thank you.
As I've already, yes, I think your question probably is almost like similar to the one that I answered as a follow-up. I think there are rules, and as an office, I should be able to design as I come in. As soon as I come in, I should be able to design within the general rules that apply to Parliament. I should be able to design our own policies within the office of how we engage with the different stakeholders. As I've already indicated, I stratify them, and I would say, this is how we engage. And I will consult. Through consultation, we must agree that, okay, Mr. Khumalo, this is what you are proposing. We don't agree with you on this one. We don't agree with you on this one, because it clashes with this in terms of the rules of how Parliament actually operates. I am not sure how Parliament operates, but I know a few things about it through my past experiences. And obviously, I have to be also very open to ideas coming from other people. I have to be receptive of new ideas that I might not have thought about. That will smoothen the way in which I engage with the stakeholders. But to protect the integrity of the office and the independence is a very primary objective, because that is prescribed in the legislation that actually establishes that office. So everything that I design must be consistent with what is prescribed in the legislation.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable MOLETSANE. I'm sure you can see that the honorable members are so concerned about the independence of the institution. Why do you think it's that important? What are the risks that are there were it not independent, apart from it being prescribed in the legislation? That's what you say, that in any case it's there which means it's very important. But I'm just saying, why do you think that's so important? If you can just quickly, or is it important?
I think it is very important for the institution to be independent, because the risk of it not being independent is that it can be easily, well, I think it's a common word these days. It's susceptible to capture by specific interests or specific lobbying. As a result, that might actually drive it away from its original mandate. And also, because it's set up to advise Parliament Parliament consists of a lot of political parties with competing interests, with an equal, if I were to say, levels of understanding or literacy around issues of the budget. But at the same time, Parliament is a representative, as a collective, is a representative of the South African society. It is the mechanism through which accountability and transparency of the execution of the mandate that the people have tasked with Parliament and the government is exercised. If that is captured, and then there is an equal engagement with the processes in as far as the execution of the mandate, because it's executed through the budget. That is how society communicates with its representatives, communicates and holds the executive accountable through Parliament. So Parliament is a representative of all constituencies. It's a representative of all citizens. So the access to that kind of information that enables members to hold the executive accountable, it is a key function of the Parliamentary Budget Office, and therefore for it to be captured by any of the interests that are competing in Parliament would be a serious disservice to the people of South Africa.
Thank you, Honorable Abraham. Question number 8.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Mr. Khumalo, could you, in 10 minutes, just reflect on a complex decision that you've had to make in your previous employment? A decision on the procedures within the office, a decision that was so complex that you had to be certain to follow particular steps, and a decision that, though complex and good, would see to the other people who have different interests seeing it as an unpopular decision. How did you deal with that?
Yeah, I have had to deal with a lot of difficult decisions in my working life. A lot of difficult decisions, in the sense that some of them actually impacted on my person. When I took over the chairmanship of the commission from Professor Bethwel Sitai back in 2010, there was a conversation about changing the legislation governing the Financial and Fiscal Commission, which is basically the Financial and Fiscal Commission Act. In that, the original legislation basically it created a situation where you had a position of a chairperson who was also the chief executive officer of the commission. So that position basically meant, if you go to the PFMA, it basically meant that you have the accounting officer and the executive authority being one person. So when Dr. Sitai left the commission, there was no one who was appointed in his position. So I was appointed to act in that position. Unfortunately, during that period, no one was appointed as a deputy chairperson of the commission, which basically left myself as the only person there, which basically became very untenable. Then there was a period where, for quite a sustained period, there was not even a quorum in the commission. So the issue of amending the legislation so that you can separate that position, so that you have a separate person who is the accounting officer as a CEO and chairperson is done. So to do that, it had to be done in consultation with the National Treasury and the Minister. So I worked with the few commissioners that I had. We got to a point where we thought we had agreed that, okay, most of the commissioners did not have to be full-time. Even we didn't need a full-time deputy chairperson when you separate those two positions. So you have an accounting officer who is the head of the secretariat, and then you have a chairperson of the commission who is the head of the commission itself that group of people who operate as a board who are appointed by the president, who then appoint the accounting officer. So now the decision that I had to make when I got the final gazetted instrument, which was the amendment to the Act, what came out was that the Act, the draft basically made all commissioners non-executive, and which means all of them are now part-timers, and then you remain with the CEO who is now running the commission. I thought about it and I thought, no, this is not going to work out. It's not the intention in the mandate of the commission to have that kind of a situation where a CEO will just run with this. So I decided to bring together the commissioners, and we put together a document that basically a submission, that was a submission which we shared with members of parliament, which insisted on keeping the position of chairman as executive as opposed to so it's a full-time position, because that is the person that communicates as a person that's appointed by the president, that communicates on behalf of the commission instead of having the honor, because the communication between the commission and parliament is an ongoing exercise. So what we were getting at that particular point was that if a parliamentary committee calls the commission and the commission sends an official, then there's a problem. Now, if you're going to be called on a regular basis, there is no way you can be part-time. So you have to have a full-time commissioner, and that is the chairperson. That is how we dealt with it. Obviously, it meant separating that, and it meant what it meant was that basically I'm writing myself out of one of those positions. But I had to deal with it, and that was the most difficult decision that I've ever made.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khumalo. Chair, if I may, who else except yourself was affected by the decision? And can you also take us through the process of consultation of stakeholders in the process? And if there's anybody else who was affected by the kinds of changes you were bringing about, how were you able to handle that?
I think the other person who would have been affected was also myself, because I was also the deputy chairperson at that time. Now, the consultation process that was there was obviously because the custodian of that legislation would have been Parliament, and so the consultation was within the parliamentary structures, the relevant parliamentary structures being the Finance and Appropriations committees in both houses, and also the consultation with the National Treasury as the ministry that was, let me not say National Treasury, let me say the Ministry of Finance, which was the ministry that the Commission falls under in terms of administratively, administrative arrangements. It falls under the Ministry of Finance. So those were the key people that were consulted, because talking about the NCOP, from our perspective, it would have involved SALGA as well, because SALGA as a collective is represented in the NCOP.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kumalo. Perhaps let me start where you ended. You keep on talking about yourself being an acting chair and busy amending the legislation. How do things work at FFC? I thought that was the preserve of the minister, the executive, and Parliament. I would like you to reflect on that, because I was listening. You are even consulting the minister about the legislation that you are amending, not the other way around. I would have expected the minister to consult you as a person then. Do you want to clarify that so that we're on the same page?
To clarify that, maybe I started at the wrong point, because the amendment to the legislation had already been work in progress, which had been at the request of the Financial and Fiscal Commission. I think it had started way back in 2006, 2007, before I even became the deputy chairman of the commission. It had started then. Now, what I then had to do was to, upon realizing, because when I joined the commission, there was a chairperson and a deputy chairperson. I could have let it die, because it was so the commission took a resolution to submit that to, because it was becoming an audit issue as well. The issue of the conflation of the position of chairperson being the chief executive officer. So it was becoming an audit issue. So what I then had to do was to give it impetus, to remind the minister that there was this process that had been started that we need to finalize. Even because then it became very clear when I was alone that now there's no deputy chairperson. I am almost like the wherewithal of which was just untenable.
That's fine. I just wanted to get clarity on that. And then one area which is more again in you said you were involved with the setting up of the PBO office, which is well and good. But then you spoke about, because National Treasury at that stage was very, very strong, not quoting your words in verbatim, you could do with a PBO which is not very strong. What about the separation of powers? Will that not be a good reason to have a very strong PBO?
Yeah, I'm saying this conversation around the setting up of the PBO was a conversation that started way before when the legislation was being discussed. So everybody was putting in their own submissions. So probably my reference to the strong treasury and the comfort is based on the submissions that were coming through in that conversation leading up to the enactment of the legislation itself, which was the, if I remember very well, the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act, and subsequently the establishment of the PBO, which turned out to be a smaller PBO than one would have, some people would have envisaged.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Kuman. You would have, on a different matter altogether, as we gravitate towards the end of the interview, you would have been approached by the staff of Parliament asking to make your information, the fact that we are being shortlisted, made available to the public. Thank you very much for acceding to that. That's in line with the prescripts of our Constitution as a participatory democracy and being transparent about the things that we do. Amongst the members of the public, there is a concern which have been raised about your tenure at the FFC. Do you know anything which can disqualify you, which happened at the FFC? And if you don't mind, please share with this committee exactly what are the issues there. Very briefly, we think it's fair for you to reflect on that because it has been brought to the attention of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for that opportunity. I have never, when I left the Financial and Fiscal Commission, I didn't have a blemish on my record. I served that commission for almost 17 years without a blemish at all. When I left the commission, unfortunately, I left it in a very it was very sad for me because I was told on the day before the expiry of my term that your term is not going to be renewed. So thank you very much for your service. So that is how I left. Unfortunately, I was never allowed to even, say goodbye to my colleagues, my staff members. I was never given that opportunity. I was literally, I don't know how I can put it, but I was basically told to leave. And invariably, I then heard through the media that my term had expired, but there were issues that were being raised that there was an investigation. But what I know about that is what I read through the media, because none of those issues were ever put to me. I have never been contacted by any of the commissioners. I've never been contacted by the minister or subsequent ministers of finance around those issues. So I would be speculating if I say I know of anything that might actually disqualify me from this position emanating from my tenure at the Financial and Fiscal Commission. I think from my side, I never had anything that could disqualify me.
Thank you for that response. Any question for the honorable members from your side?
Sorry, I don't have any question. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to talk to you, and also I want to thank you for the opportunity for raising the concern from the public about me, because I've never had any opportunity like this to actually say, let me put this and clear myself, because I don't know anything about, I saw what I saw in the media.
Thank you so much. There is still a process that we are busy with, the probity process with all the candidates, the vetting that we are busy with. So immediately we've got all that information, the committee will sit down and decide who the the successful candidate will be. But good luck and thank you for participating in this process.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and thank you, honorable members. You know what, I saw that there was a snack. I think I want us to do one candidate before we break for lunch. But grab the snack and come back before we are charged of wasteful expenditure outside. Let's just go 5 minutes and come back. Honorable Louis.
But Chair, can I just ask that we keep the candidates to the time allocations, because they both the first candidates have been talking a lot, so it's meant we've gone way over time. So I think we must actually keep time on and maybe even decrease the time, make it 7 or 8 minutes instead of 10 minutes, so we can catch up a bit.
Thanks. In fact, I can see we're not doing very well with time. Can I request because sometimes I'm afraid to come in when the member asks a question. I'm having my stopwatch this side. In fact, I do communicate with them sometimes and tell them to be brief. Look, I do something like this and others see me. But I think I'll request the honorable members to be very strict with time themselves, to say, no, I said it's 5 minutes. If one goes over by a minute, I think that's acceptable. But let's not allow people just to go on and on and on. A point taken, Honorable Louis. Can you please just grab that snack and come back? We'll take one candidate, and then after that we'll break for lunch. Thank you, honorable members. Let's just rush and come back.
let's settle, honorable members. Okay, let's settle down. Gentlemen at the back, sometimes when you talk amongst yourself, we can hear you this side. Just check. I'm talking about everybody, not necessarily. Okay. Yeah, I think we can call the candidate. His name is Mohammed. Yeah. Okay, let's get Dr. Yeah. Advocate, where is? Please get Dr. in. Yes. Dr. Mohammed, please take a seat. Yes, we may take you out. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you, Honourable Chair.
Okay, that's
Good afternoon, Honourable members. Good to see all of you.
Yeah.
Do I need to wear my mask?
No, please you may take it out to a social distancing you can see, so that you are free. Okay. We're on TV, so we just 1 minute will be getting there. 1.5 minutes to go. So it also gives you an opportunity to take a deep breath and yeah, hey. Good afternoon, Dr. Mohammed, and welcome. Thank you so much for availing yourself to the interview of the Director, Parliamentary Budget Office, and congratulations for having made it to the shortlisted candidates. You are quite familiar with the honorable members. You've worked with them. So what we'll be doing, each and everyone will be asking you a question or questions, and I'll request that they'll also indicate how much time they are giving you.
trying to manage time. And you must also keep on looking at me. I do indicate to you that, okay, yeah, but thank you so much. Within 5 minutes, who's Dr. Mohammed?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be here and to be part of this process. My name is Siraj Mohammed, born in Cape Town, raised in District 6, experienced as a young person the impacts of apartheid and forced removals, which I think shaped my outlook on many things, on my involvement as a young person in anti-apartheid struggle. And with that, built up a sense of justice and a need to look at improving South Africa in terms of just outcomes, but also at university taking an interest in the economy, starting with studying economic history and then moving on to economics, and that's shaping my career path, where I worked as a research in economics at UCT, worked as a research trainee in the Industrial Strategy Project, looking at how to restructure the South African economy. This was in 1992. And then moving up to Johannesburg from Cape Town was my first big move from Cape Town to Johannesburg, learning a new city, learning a different part of the country, but also working in the macroeconomic research group, where I developed my interests in macroeconomics particularly. I got involved with, also as a research trainee there, and then I completed, at UCT, I completed an honors in economic history. At WITS, I completed an honors in economics. I also did a graduate diploma in engineering in mineral economics, so it was more policy-based rather than an engineering degree, but it was within the engineering faculty. And then I worked on economics issues, got involved with working on the National Electrification Forum in 1993-94, worked in something called the Minerals and Energy Policy Group after the elections, and then worked in the Department of Trade and Industry. And in the meantime, in '97, went on to do a master's in development economics, and later went on to complete a master's in economics and my PhD in economics after I got the Mandela Economic Scholarship. And my interest has been generally in looking at South African development, and as particularly from the industrial structure, corporate structuring, the way we integrate into the global economy, the way we fit into global financial markets. And yeah, so that's a lot about me and my work experience and my interest in economics. My moving into the Parliamentary Budget Office gave me a way to actually look at how to work on and research and help the Parliament, and particularly the committees, look at fiscal policy, another aspect of macroeconomic policy. And so that was very interesting to me. I do maintain some interest also in academia, and sometimes do guest lecturing, etc. I am married. I have an 8-year-old son. Started late, as you can see. My son's still very young. It's been quite a challenge with homeschooling during the lockdown, but I'm a very happy married person, happy father, and also happy to be living back in Cape Town. So after living in Johannesburg until 2015, while in Johannesburg, I worked at WITS, taught in the economics department, was a senior lecturer there, became a director of the Corporate Strategy and Industrial Development Research Program, which did lots of research on not only industrial policy and industrial restructuring, but also looking at the implications of macroeconomic policy and what is happening in the financial markets and globally in finance on the South African economy. From there, in 2015, I moved to the University of Western Cape, where I became an associate professor and spent 18 months there before moving to the Parliamentary Budget Office. Is that my 5 minutes, Jay? Thank you.
Thanks, Doc. I ended up with Honorable Joseph. Am I right? Where should we start? So I must start with Honorable Joseph. Please take question number 1 from me.
Thank you, Chairperson. Dr. Mohammed, the Parliamentary Budget Office is now 10 years in existence. What would you regard as its prospects and challenges? In your answer, also indicate what should be prioritized if the Budget Office is in full function.
How much time does the Prof?
You have 10 minutes to answer. Between 8 and 10 minutes.
Yeah. Please, and yeah, please. Yeah. And you know, we always do that in the committee. We time each other.
Yes.
So we are in the hot seat. Usually the other members are on the hot seat.
Yeah,
so
we as supporters try not to stick to your time limits, but we do. We respect the chair. Okay, so you will indicate when I'm getting close to 8 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the question, Honourable Joseph. I haven't been with the PBO since its inception. I joined in 2016, and in that time, I think I was managed to be part of growing the organization in terms of particularly, I think, the way in which we work together and institutionalizing certain systems based on my experience as a director of a research program at WITS. And I think, one of the big roles that we have as the PBO is to provide the committees with strong evidence-based support. And to do that, we need to have a very strong research base. We need to have a staff that's capable of understanding research and analysis. And one of our strengths currently, I think, is that we have economists, but we also have people with good long public finance experience and people with accounting experience who understand the tax and the tax system. And so as a cross-disciplinary team in that sense, I think we are well suited and we work well together. And if you look at sort of the way in which we structure our inputs, say for the MTBPS, sort of on the macro analysis and the policy discussions, we have people with strengths there in terms of understanding revenue and taxation and revenue collection, and on the expenditure side, and also understanding the vision of revenue and appropriations. We have people within the team who are able to do that. I think one of the challenges we face is that because we've had the director post empty and we've got 2 other empty posts, one unfunded and the other one currently funded, it does put pressure on us, and we need to find the correct people on the fiscal and the policy side to join us as analysts to support the work that the deputy directors are doing. So on the sort of, I think our core business of supporting the committees and providing you with the kind of inputs you need to do your work on the finance side, on the fiscal framework side, on the appropriation side. I think we've got a good core and we've got a good system in place to support you. And I think, especially since we haven't had a director for a while, and also the advisory board hasn't functioned, we need to actually build on that through getting more feedback from the members and from the committee chairs on our inputs and where we can build on what you think are our strengths and weaknesses as well. I think generally we've had positive responses to our presentations. I hope you all agree with that. And then on the other side, with the amendments to the money bills, there's this need to build the PBO as an independent structure, which means that we also need to focus on what that means for the organization. At the moment, we work in Parliament as a division when it comes to HR function, when it comes to finance and approvals so the planning, the budgeting, the supply chain management is all done within Parliament. And I think going forward, we will need to think about what does the independence of the amendments to the PBO, and the fact that the PBO has become a juristic person and that the director is an accounting officer, and that we need to set up our own systems in terms of finance, HR, supply chain management, and other things. I think the discipline of being part of Parliament has been very good for us, because in terms of our reporting systems, in terms of our being part of Parliament's planning processes, the 5-year plans, the 3-year plans, the annual plans, the budgets that go with that, the quarterly and monthly reporting, I think the PBO is in a good situation in terms of having all those systems in place. I think it's about thinking through and working, I think, with the parliamentary administration, what we can still do with Parliament and what we can do for ourselves, take into account the spirit of the amendments to the money bills. Do I still have time left?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I think on the one side, I think it's about looking forward and what we have on the systems side and the admin side. I think we've got systems that have been set up to work with Parliament that need to be adapted, but I think are in a good position. And in terms of our reporting, our annual reports, our budgeting, our staff assessments and planning, that those are in place. On the technical side, I think it's about filling positions and getting the right people to supplement or even complement the existing skills we have. I think currently we function as 3 clusters. The deputy directors are each head of a cluster. I'm head of the economics cluster, and then there's a fiscal and a policy cluster. But most of our projects, and as you will see from our presentations, we work across projects. On certain projects, we may get some people, or some of the clusters doing more of the inputs and others. Like the quarterly economic bulletin is an output of the economics cluster, which is done mostly by us in the economics cluster, but we also bring in people from the other clusters to help with that output, for instance. I think moving forward, we need to look at the outputs like our quarterly economic brief, our fiscal brief, the policy briefs that we bring out, and also in discussion with the committees and the members, look at whether those are meeting your needs as well, because the way we structure those is that they become part of a process of your preparation as you go into the MTBPS and the budget and the adjustments and etc. So I think currently, in terms of our core outputs, we are managing well. What we've seen, especially with lockdown, but a bit before, is that what we call the demand side work. Sorry, shall I stop there? Okay. On the demand side work, which is the work the committees ask us to do in addition to our core work, I think we need to start building the relationship with the committees and especially the chairs more strongly, so that you bring us work related to your ongoing work and your cycles in the budgeting process that relate to that, but also in terms of other things. Like we did a report on ESCOM, a presentation on ESCOM to the Appropriations Committee. So we can do more, I think, demand side work as well to support you. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, yeah, thanks. Just a short follow-up. Thank you very much. I just would like you to, just in one paragraph, just clarify for us again, what, in your understanding, what is the mandate of the Parliament Budget Office, in short. Thank
you. I think, as set out in the money bills, it is to support the Finance and Appropriations Committees in the NA and the NCOP in their deliberations on budgets and money bills. So that our ultimate mandate is to support you and to make sure that in your deliberation of money bills on spending matters, on revenue matters, on budgets, that we provide you with information that helps you make the correct decisions. With Parliament being, constitutionally, the sort of the holder of the purse strings, but also having that ability to amend and influence the MTBPS, the budgets, the fiscal framework, etc. So I see our core function as support to and our mandate as support to at the moment, the Finance and Appropriations Committees. I think if we are able to grow and to do more support, we could be supporting other committees as well in the related to money bills issues. We started, I think, more than a year ago, talking about things like increasing our work on costing of legislature, looking at the implications of new legislature or amendments to legislature and what that means. But generally, I think that would be my answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Helus, can you please take the next
question?
Thanks
very much, Dr. Mohammed. I also actually have a follow-up before I get to my question. It was good to hear you talking about filling the vacancies with regards to technical analysis. And I wanted to ask your view of the PBO's role in producing really hefty, substantive and statistically rigorous analysis of your own and forecasting. Because my view is that I really want the PBO to be a credible, substantive economic voice on its own. Something like the BER at Stellenbosch. But at the moment, it's tends to focus more on policy commentary rather than on rigorous statistical forecasting and analysis. I just want to get your view on that before I ask my other question.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the one challenge in having, for instance, that forecasting ability, if you look at there are few PBOs or fiscal institutions around the world that do have that within that, but you basically need your own staff and develop and a department that manages that modeling process. Currently, the economics clusters the deputy director and 2 analysts, and so we don't have, I think, the capacity to do that kind of the modeling work. We do statistical analysis, and the people within the PBO have those skills. We do, for instance, in-year forecasts on revenue and on GDP, but we don't have the ability to do the long-term modeling that's involved. And many PBOs actually don't do that kind of modeling. But that said, also, within macroeconomics generally, but particularly in fiscal, on the fiscal side, it's hard to separate the policy from the economic analysis. And a lot of the interpretation of the economic data comes from understanding what the fiscal policies are and the role. And so the debates around what the fiscal policy framework should be rest on an economic understanding in addition to an analysis of the data. Part of what we currently do is we look at the overall macroeconomic, and if you look at our QEBs, we try and in every QEB look at understanding sort of what's happening to GDP, what's happening to investment, what's happening to employment as key macro variables. And one of the things I've tried to do since I joined the PBO is to shift the focus from just being on GDP and GDP growth. So understanding that GDP as a variable in itself is really important, and that we need to understand it, and it becomes the center of a lot of how we do our planning and our development around assumptions around revenue and expenditure, etc. But to look at the other macroeconomic variables, but also to do what I think you're referring to as the policy analysis as well. Thank you.
That's interesting to hear. All right, for this question you have 5 minutes. South Africa is viewed as a developmental state. You may agree or disagree with that statement. Based on your response, indicate how the country has used the government's budgets, in particular the revenue system, the taxation system, to address socioeconomic challenges.
You said 5 minutes. Okay, I think I could give you an hour-long answer on this question. So I'll try and restrain myself. Thank you. I'm very glad of the question. First, I'd like to say, I think of South Africa as a developmental state in progress, sort of a work in progress, and us moving more and more towards becoming a developmental state. And within that, there are questions about what role and how active the state should be within or the economy and the role we play. So you asked me whether I agree or not agree with the view that South Africa is a developmental state. I think there are two aspects in terms of the development of South Africa. The one is addressing unemployment, poverty, and inequality, and meeting people's basic needs in a better, so providing and in a deeper way. I mean, I think one of the things that the COVID-19 pandemic has shown us is that while we've had success in developing the health system, in developing water and sanitation systems for people, that there's much more we can do, and that the quality and the depth of the provision of those services can be improved. So I see development and linking the planning and the budgeting of government to that as part of the developmental process. The other side of the development process for me is the way in which we see the economy moving forward in an inclusive way, but also in a way that increases the absorption of unemployed people into the economy, makes the economy more dynamic, deepens our industrialization, and draws on, we have a situation where we've actually, because of our history where we centered around kind of the mining and mineral sectors, our industrial base has actually been underdeveloped historically. Plus, South Africa went into a process of deindustrialization from the 80s that has continued through to the present. And so we have what I see as sort of a big hole in our industrial development side. We have a fairly sophisticated financial sector, but the problem with having a sophisticated financial sector is that that could end up dominating the economy rather than the real economy leading and the financial sector providing the services needed to get the economy going, moving, employing, investing. And in fact, we've seen within the South African economy a process of what's often called financialization, with a lot of the financial transactions, but also financial institutions and lots of the large businesses get involved more in financial, moving paper, making more of their incomes and revenues from financial transactions and activities rather than from the real sector. So I would see part of a developmental state and the developmental project as looking at how we deepen and build our industrialization in a way that brings people into the economy. And I think in that aspect, while there has been support for things like the industrial policy action plans and national industrial policy framework, support for the IDC and development finance, I think that has been inadequate. And linked to that also is the kind of infrastructure we have. With that kind of deficit we had in our industrialization, you had a certain kind of infrastructure and services base that grew up around that. And as we deindustrialized, that got weaker, but the services and linked to financial and retail, for instance, grew. So to some extent, I do see the state as playing an active role in trying to support, incentivize, and reshape the industrial structure of the South African economy. And I think the two, in terms of dealing with poverty, inequality, and unemployment, the two are very much linked. And I think my own view is that a lot of what we can do through improving services, deepening the services and the quality of services to our people, and also getting involved in these partnerships, for instance, with infrastructure. Okay, I'll end in 30 seconds. That can be linked to an active industrial policy for the country that brings people into production for the local economy, things like bricks, glass, metal sheets for roofs, etc. Sorry, I'll get too carried away if I carry on, so maybe I should end there. So that's
Thank you. Honorable Peters, can you please take the next question?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and is it good afternoon, Dr. Mohammed. Dr. Mohammed, the outbreak of the COVID-19 has led to the following critical questions. Is it now time to consider zero-based budgeting system in South Africa? Is it advisable to approach institutions like the IMF and the World Bank or the BRICS Bank for loans to help the country deal with the economic impacts of COVID-19? What is your response to these questions? And you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Peters. I think those are really important questions for all of us at the moment. I think one of the things we've seen around the world and in South Africa with COVID-19 is that it's shown up a lot of the problems within society and the levels of poverty and inequality. And unfortunately, it seems to also have deepened that with increasing unemployment and the fact that with dealing with COVID-19 through lockdown and social distancing, we've actually had to curtail economic activity. So it's become really important for us to think about how that relates to government revenue and government expenditure. And your question about zero-based budgeting, as brought up by the Minister of Finance and National Treasury, is a really important one in that. In our research as the PBO, so this is not only my own work and research, but we did a presentation on this. We found that in the 1970s, when zero-based budgeting was initially tried, especially in the US, there were very real difficulties identified that it was very costly, time-consuming, and where it was done, it was often not sustained over a long period because of the effort involved, but also where it was implemented even for short periods, it wasn't done in the kind of textbook way where you sort of start fresh every time. And there was also in countries like the US, but also in countries like China, there was a political pressure and sometimes interference in the process of zero-based budgeting. So my view, and I don't know if all my colleagues in the PBO would share this, is that, you know, we should consider how we want to implement zero-based budgeting if we do. And that we can't implement sort of the textbook, starting from scratch every year version of it. I think one of the things we can do is where we actually see that the current system is not working as well as we want, is to say, well, let's start from scratch there, or let's reset and look at what the needs are, the planning, and the budgeting for that from scratch. Look at supply chains and supply chain management in that process. Can we improve it? Can we be more efficient? Can we be more productive? Can we wipe out fruitful and wasteful expenditure and fraud and corruption in that process? But then to sort of see that as an occasional reset and not an ongoing process, because that has proven, I mean, I think it was an OECD document that we read in doing the research, was that it basically said fairly boldly that zero-based budgeting hasn't worked anywhere. And if you look at what they meant, was that they meant that it was really hard to implement on a sustainable basis, and because of the capacity required and because of the efforts and the time involved. And it wasn't always practical, and also because of the tensions and relationships within government and between the executive and the legislature. You know, there are lots of things that make it hard. On the IMF and World Bank, I think given the situation, if we are able to get finance at concessionary rates that help us deal with revenue shortfalls in the short term from COVID, then we should take that money. But take into account that there could be exchange rate risks involved. I mean, one of the experiences with ISCOM and the World Bank loan is that, you know, when we took the World Bank loan, I can't remember exactly how many years ago for Medupi, the rand was somewhere close to, I think, 7 rand to a dollar. Our most recent payment that we made a few months ago, you know, we were looking at 17 rand to dollar. And so that creates a huge problem. So even if the rates are low, the exchange rate risk is large. And so I would prefer for us to look for rand-based loan and our local borrowing, and also to look within the balance sheet of government to see whether there is space for getting revenue there. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Peters. Honorable NJADU.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Dr. Mohammed. Dr. Mohammed, we've got 10 minutes. And the question is, if appointed Director of PBO, how will you ensure that Parliamentary Budget Office provide support to Parliament oversight through the budget circle? Through the budget circle. How will you ensure that provide support to Parliament oversight through the budget circle? And what are the key objectives underpinning the South African budget policy? Thank you very much.
Honorable Peters, please switch off your mic. Thank you. Doc.
10 minutes. Thank you. Thank you for the generous time as well for this question. So, to start with the last part, I mean, the key objectives of the budget policy in South Africa, I think, starting from the Constitution and then looking at the different acts that affect the process of planning and budgeting, I think is around dealing with poverty, inequality, and unemployment, but also deepening provision of service delivery. And with that, overall, looking at understanding the roles of different spheres of government in that process, and with an emphasis on local governments, municipalities, etc., being on the front line of provision of basic services and deepening and improving the provision of basic services. I mean, part of the underpinnings of the process also is to support the overall development of the economy, to support things like development of infrastructure, and this happens at different spheres of government as well, and to support sort of the ability of households and businesses in the private sector to engage and to increase their dynamic and productive participation within the economy, and improve that. So, in terms of how we ensure that the PBO provides support for the oversight process within the budget, I think if we look at our current core activities, they are linked to the different parts of the budget cycle. And as I was saying earlier, our briefs, things like the quarterly economic bulletin and the fiscal brief and the policy brief, addresses, sort of provides with, between those kind of major presentations we do, our analysis of things on an ongoing basis. So the fiscal briefs would look at government's reporting on expenditure and revenue as it gets updated month to month and quarter to quarter. The QEBs will give an oversight of key macroeconomic variables, how the economy is doing, and where we can link that to the fiscal policy framework and fiscal policy in general. And the policy briefs deal with, especially more with things like the National Development Plan, the 14 goals, but also linked to things like what is focused on in the State of the Nation address, in the medium-term strategic framework and the medium-term expenditure frameworks. And so our ongoing work and our regular outputs are linked to that sort of the budget cycle, in a sense. Our work for the MTBPS is sort of looking at focusing on inputs that support an analysis of the macroeconomic outlook, what's happening in the global economy, what's happening generally in South Africa in economic terms, and linking that to the fiscal framework. We do in-year forecasting on revenue that we then present as part of our presentation for the MTBPS, to look at what the predictions were, what the fiscal policy framework were, and changes to that were in terms of revenue, but also then on the expenditure side as well. And with the budgets, on the revenue side, we also look at proposed tax changes to the tax system or taxation, other revenue sources, and sort of do analysis of of government revenue and understanding changes and what's happening with that, and on the expenditure side as well. And linked to that, looking at the different spheres of government and transfers and relations between that, and also for looking at whether there are the potential for unfunded mandates developing through policies or changes that have occurred in that process. So we sort of follow the, in our work, we follow the budgeting process that's happening at the national level, and we try and guide our outputs, whether it's through our briefs or through the actual presentations we do in like pre-MTBPS and post, after the minister makes his speech for the MTBPS and budgets, the same for the the adjustments. And we try and tailor our outputs for the finance side and the appropriation sides appropriately, linked to, for appropriations linked to division of revenue and linked to the appropriation bill, etc. How much time do I have left?
If you, Doc, while to give you the other time that's left, to give you a question within that so that we finish it, explaining the processes that you explained, Doc, what is your understanding also in terms of that the budget is a political exercise that starts with programs and projects, ended in there ended being funded. So also your understanding on that part. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
You've got 4 minutes maximum.
4 minutes. As I was saying, we do take into account the National Development Plan, the medium-term strategic frameworks, the State of the Nation address, and other policy discussions and also policies implemented within government. In formulating our support to the committees, and so within that, we look at what overall how that links to what's happening in the overall macroeconomic side of government. We look at it in terms of the fiscal framework. We look at it in terms of the implications on revenue, and we follow the monthly revenue reports, and we also follow the regular expenditure reports. We also follow when government departments put out their BRRRs and other documents from specific departments, and within what the focus is in the delivery from the medium-term strategic framework and from the State of the Nation address, we'll sort of within that focus on those areas rather than sort of provide an overview of everything. We'll sort of try and focus our research and support and the advice we give linked to the focuses, the policy focus coming out. I think I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable MOLETSANE.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Dr. Mohammed. In 5 minutes, during the 2019 budget speech, the Minister of Finance, Mr. Tito Mboweni, indicated that the budget is built on 6 fundamental prescripts, one of which is stabilizing and reducing public debt. In your view, what are the prospects and challenges of this approach with the outbreak of the COVID-19? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member, for the question. I'm of the view that, especially after an experience that shook the world and our economy so much, that perhaps we should have a tempered approach towards reducing debt, but also thinking through what the role of government and the state is in the economy during a short transition period to support a takeoff in the economy. And this also comes from looking at what happened before COVID and the fact that the economy wasn't performing really well, the fact that over 5 years we've had negative GDP per capita growth, but also during that period we would have had a bit of a reversal in the reduction in poverty. We would have had some other challenges, but also we saw really low levels of investment in the economy, and especially investment from the private sector. And I think even before COVID, the government's budget take into account those the poor performance could have been more stimulatory. And I think as we try and come out of the impact of COVID, we need to think about how government actually supports the sort of businesses and households getting back to where they were before COVID, and then also link that in terms of our medium-term and longer-term planning to we spoke about the developmental state earlier, to how we actually rebuild the economy. And I'm actually happy to see that some of that discussion is already starting in terms of where we're going, the focus on infrastructure, the focus on improving employment, looking at localization of certain products and services, etc. So I think that process is already underway. But in a situation like we are in, government spending, I think, plays a really important role in the stimulation of the economy. And if we actually try and cut that too much, I mean, on the one hand, directly government spending contributes to GDP. So by keeping that smaller, the fixed GDP in that way, the other way is indirectly government spending money into the economy actually can help businesses where private demand is low. And so I think at least in 2-3 years, a lot of the focus of budgeting should be on the demand side of the economy. I'm not saying only on the demand side of the economy. I think the policy document the National Treasury brought out that speaks to structural reforms is really important as well. Those kind of supply side measures. How do you improve provision of bandwidth? How do you make reduce barriers to entry and deal with concentration in many of the sectors of the economy? How do you have more labor-intensive employment? How do you support industrial policy? Those are all really important supply side measures that have to be taken into account. But the budgeting and spending is sort of saying, well, you know, if we put a lot of effort into the supply side and even resourcing the supply side, it's going to be so much more difficult for those measures and reforms to work in an economy that's already in a recession and where the demand side is low. So my answer to your question is that I would take a more measured approach than what I currently see the Minister of Finance and National Treasury proposing within what they propose in the supplemental budget and also in the advice that they recently brought out to departments. Do I still have time left? There's another issue. Am I in 5 minutes already? Sorry, I lose track of time very quickly. Okay, now stop there.
Honorable MOLETSANE, are you fine?
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Abraham.
Yes, Chair, thank you so much. Doc, good afternoon. In this office, the PBO, managing stakeholder relations is a very important responsibility. And as you have experienced as well, there are some that are more difficult than others. Now, how would you manage the unreasonable expectations and demands of your stakeholders in that office? Can you please provide a response in 5 minutes? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Sorry, how much time do I have for 5 minutes? I mean, we see when I spoke about our mandate earlier and our basic function and our core functions, we see Parliament and the committees as our major stakeholder. And so a lot of our stakeholder relations have to be shaped by that and the support we give to Parliament and the committees. Now, there are other stakeholders. I mean, we work closely with Parliament's different sections, and then there's the public in general, the media. We also have tried to build relations with international stakeholders through, for instance, setting up being part of setting up the African network of parliamentary budget officers, being involved in a global network of PBOs, and also other things, and also participating in South African and international conferences. For instance, last year I was, with Professor Plaik, he's attended a conference on fiscal on fiscal policy and stuff in India, for instance. So we also see a broader group of stakeholders. I think with regard to your question about expectations, and maybe from some articles we saw recently in the media, I think from the PBO and Parliament, I think we need to be communicating more about what the PBO does and our role, and in that, tempering people's expectations of our role as a support office, as an office that supports Parliament and the committees. And that we don't make recommendations, that we don't put out in public our views about sort of what the economy is doing, forecasts, or we don't even, other than our presentations, which are available to the public and our reports, we don't put out we don't sort of write articles on our view on the budget or the Minister of Finance speeches, etc., those kinds of things. And I don't think that necessarily that is what we should be doing. I think we should be clarifying to the public our role as a supporter. But given that, I mean, in looking at the role of PBOs in other countries, for instance, or looking at especially the US Congressional Budget Office, they do bring out an economic model that actually, and they do not only medium-term forecasting, they'll do a model that forecasts for 30 years, sort of how they see it, and it's updated more than once a year. So it often changes a lot. I mean, the public and the media draw on that kind of work a lot from the Congressional Budget Office. But also other reports, like, for instance, the thing on where the Republicans wanted to withdraw some aspects of Obama healthcare. The Congressional Budget Office's reports on that made, I think, a big impact on the public through the media. And I think there is a possibility that some of our reports, especially maybe on demand side work, on things like ISCOM or other things, could be picked up within the media and could be used. And sometimes people don't necessarily understand our mandate and our function, and interpret what we're saying within those reports, not as sort of informing the committees, but as sort of a view that wants to influence policy. And we don't see ourselves as sort of a policy, a publicly policy influencing office. We see ourselves as a support office that influences your decisions on policy and budgeting and the money issues related to and monitoring and evaluation of the expenditure and those kinds of things.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Joseph, this question 7.
Thank you, Chairperson. Dr. Mohammed, if you are appointed as the director, how will you safeguard the independence and the integrity of the Parliament Budget Office? You have 5 minutes.
I think that within the Parliamentary Budget Office at the moment, we are very conscious that we should be seen as objective and non-partisan. And we try and maintain that kind of distance. And also we do try and be careful and maintain a distance from the executive, from government departments and those things as well in our relations. So we would participate in, if a provincial government department is having a workshop on the budget, we would participate. We've invited and be involved in that, but we generally try not to build relations where it could be seen that they're influencing the office. And so I think we do guard, currently we do guard our independence, and I think with me as director, I would ensure that and make clear to the staff of the PBO that the office, the objectivity of the office in our work, in our analysis, in the way we put forward our ideas, but also in our relations with political parties and the executive and other people should not be seen as influencing the advice and analysis that we give to the committees and to Parliament. I think, to some extent, this also relates to the earlier question about stakeholders and stakeholder relations and how we get involved in stakeholder relations. And on the one hand, we want to build our relations, for instance, with the African network of PBOs, because that, and other networks, because that supports us in terms of providing benchmarking for us to understand how we're performing and learning from other PBOs and also sharing our experiences with other PBOs and getting feedback. And so we see that as something that doesn't necessarily question or raise questions about our independence, but if we get involved in other stakeholder engagements, that could be seen as sort of having the potential to raise questions about whether we're objective or not. And so this is something I think that we have to be very careful and take on a case-by-case basis as well in terms of stakeholder relations, but also in terms of our relationships with political parties and in how we relate to members individually. One of the things that we did while Professor Jaid was there, for instance, was that we decided that we would have a workflow process where if members in committees had requests for PBO to do work, that it had to go through the chair and come to the director of the PBO. One of the concerns there was that, we could be seen as doing work for certain members or certain parties, and it wouldn't be seen as sort of work for the committee. And so we would want that a process where the committee understands and Parliament understands the work we're doing and where that work's coming from and what we do. And as director, I would make sure that if we were to do those kinds of projects, demand-side projects, that we do follow that some kind of workflow process that is transparent and that is not seen as sort of us having a relationship with individual members or with the party. So I think just to end off, I think it's something that I'll be very guarded about and very careful. And I think your trust as members in the PBO will depend very much on how objective we are seen in our work. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick follow-up. You explained now the internal process you will follow if you're director, but how would you build the capacity for your staff to also make sure that you don't rely too much on outside institutions or projections in order to make sure that you keep your independence? Thank you.
So currently, for instance, if you look at looking at the global macroeconomic situation and the macroeconomic situation in South Africa, and also in looking at sort of GDP forecasts, we'll look at a range of institutions. So, and we'll look at what they put out in public. So we'll look at sort of the World Bank, the IMF, the UN institutions. We'll look at the Bureau of Economic Research. We'll look at the Reserve Bank's data, what Stats South Africa is bringing out. And so we don't depend on a single data source. I mean, for things like GDP and employment, I mean, everybody in South Africa relies on what Stats South Africa is doing. But in terms of forecasting, estimates, analysis, I mean, and this goes for National Treasury as well. We don't just rely on a single source for the data, and we also do analyze that data. I mean, one of the things I did was I sort of requested from National Treasury that they share with us any updates to their model, their macroeconomic model and inputs. Unfortunately, and it may be because of the lockdown, this was done sort of last year, but we haven't actually received that input from National Treasury. But I think it's important for us in our work and understanding National Treasury's estimates to also to get a sense of how they're doing their modeling work and what that does. We do also do an audit of National Treasury's forecasts of revenue and our GDP. And one of the things we look at is to see if there are any biases. So it's not only about accuracy. I mean, the issue of how accurate forecasts has been a consistent issue within the committees, and questioning why National Treasury's forecasts haven't been as accurate as they could be. But it's also in looking at doing a statistical analysis to see if there's a bias towards over or underestimating things like revenue or expenditure, so that we can, because the way in which a Treasury reports its data can actually influence the decisions made by the committees and the way in the committees report on the budgets or the MTBPS. So we do also monitor not only Treasury but other sources of information, and we all we haven't built any reliance on any single data source or built that kind of relationship with any consulting firm or modeler, economic modelers or anything like that. Thank you.
Honorable Lewis, number 8.
Thanks, Doctor. Given the nature of the position, can you tell us about a time when you were required to make complex, unpopular, or difficult decisions in your previous roles? And what kind of process did you follow in making the complex decision, and how did you manage the various interests at play? 5 minutes.
I think, I mean, in the kind of work I've done within academia and within government departments, I don't think that my decisions have necessarily been, they've sort of been about analysis and research and influence, rather than sort of, you know, saying, for instance, a project should go ahead or shouldn't go ahead, or a budget should be approved or not be approved. So I can't think of a good example to refer to answer your question. I mean, generally, and if I think back to, for instance, the work we did in the previous Parliament, demand-side piece of work on Eskom's finances, one of the things that our report said was that a government would have to think about the future of Eskom as a utility based on a 150-year-old utility model. In an environment where the technology was shifting, not only the more use of renewables and more modular type of sources of energy, but also in terms of the way in which ICT and networking was changing the way in which you manage your grids and those things. And so part of what we were saying is that looking at Eskom's finances and the way forward for the electricity supply industry in South Africa was that government seriously had to think about how they were going to manage the downscaling of Eskom. So it wasn't only because many of the power stations were beyond its capacity, but even with building the new capacity, think about how you integrate that. And this report is done, I think it was 2017. And I think a lot of these issues now are coming up with, especially now that we are going to, there is a process now of getting more and more renewable energy and independent generation into our system. So I think that was one of the good things in our report, that I don't know how much air it got and how much policymakers and other people thinking about Eskom and public enterprises with taking that into account. But I think in that kind of work, I think we'd basically try and do as much deep research and evidence-based research as we could to not necessarily to take into account the policy arguments and the political ideas also about what the role of a large-scale, important entity like Eskom should be, and then to weigh in on what we think objectively the evidence and historical experiences and lessons in South Africa and elsewhere are showing us, and then to put that out in our work. So I don't know if that example covers you. Thank you.
Perhaps let me latch onto what Honorable Lewis was just saying. Let me get into what he has just, the question that he has just finished. This mainly it's about being a director. We are being an accounting office of that institution. So you will be expected to take some very serious decisions. Some of them may not be very palatable with other people. So I think what we are also trying to see, it's your management style. How do you manage complex issues?
Thank you for clarifying, Honorable Chair. Now, I think, as an accounting officer, one has to follow the rule book and to make sure that you have the planning, the budgeting, the supply chain management systems, the HR systems in place, and to have the policies, and then to make sure that your staff understands those, and that where the work they do, whether it's on the administration side or whether it's on the technical side, that they actually functioning within those parameters. And I would monitor people's productivity, their work output. In the current structure of the PBO, since it's a relatively small organization, the DDs have taken responsibility for approving all output. So anything that gets written and goes out to the committees, for instance, as reports or briefs or anything, all the DDs have actually looked at, edited, even made language and other suggestions for changes besides the substantive things. So the systems and the rules that govern us and the systems that we put in place, whether it's on the technical side or on the administrative side, I would make sure that those are followed very carefully. And fortunately, in an office like the PBO, people are very familiar with the money bills, with the PFMA, with other acts that actually set out those kind of matters. And so I think that in our office, we can have an expectation that people understand, you know, how the system works and what the rules are that govern an institution, even if it's a small institution like the PBO. I mean, related to taking difficult decisions, I have, as the director of the Corporate Strategy and Industrial Development Research Program at WITS, I've had to make difficult decisions where staff weren't performing, where it came to renewal of contracts or even ending contracts. With the CSID, I became director of it in 2006, and by the time I left WITS at the end of 2014, it had grown from about 6 people to 15 people, and we were self-funded. We weren't getting money from the university. It was basically a lot of our work was linked to contracts to do work for government departments and other agencies. And so it was really important that the organization was managed in a way that all staff were pulling their weight and were providing, making sure that our outputs were of high quality and we were met on time. And where I saw members of staff weren't doing that, I followed the university procedures in terms of discipline, you know, warnings, discussions, or I should say discussions and then warnings and then taking it to disciplinary committees, etc. But there were cases where I actually, even if people had been with the organization for a few years, I had to make the hard decisions of terminating a contract or not renewing a contract. Fortunately, in a small organization like that as well, it wasn't a regular part of my job. It was something that would be happen even within a year or 2 years. It would be something that happened occasionally, but I did see myself as responsible to the organization and its staff for its ongoing work and also for the how other people perceived it, the organization and its work and its outputs, and also the staff and their behavior. So I feel that I see myself as somebody who's easy to talk to easy to come to if you have problems. I'll have an open door policy, but where necessary, I will pull people into line and where necessary, also escalate matters to take discipline. Thank you.
Thank you. Last question, 5 minutes, please. I just want to check in your own personal capacity. Have you, again, around the independence thing, have you come very strongly against some proposals which would have come from the Minister of Finance or from the executive? And if I'm saying in exercising your independence, have you come strongly about any proposal coming from the Minister of Finance or from the executive? And if the answer is yes, just share with us which was that one. Number 2, what do you think the MPs, their attitudes towards the advice that you give? Do you think that the MPs, they take your advice seriously? And just be free if you want to critique them. That's your platform. Do that. And lastly, you have asked for the model. I think is the macroeconomic model from National Treasury. What do you want to do? Do you want to critique it? Just do that in 5 minutes. I'm not looking for very long answers.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think the one area where personally I've tried to influence the work of the PBO and the advice we give to the committees has been on the approach that National Treasury has taken towards fiscal consolidation. And I think you've seen that within our presentations and our analysis within pre-MDB pieces on the fiscal framework and after, and even within the budget. I mean, I think that's probably one of the bigger examples, sort of looking at what the executive's saying at a fairly fundamental level in fiscal policy, and questioning that, and questioning whether that is the right approach at this time. I'm not saying that fiscal consolidation is something we shouldn't do. What my questions were, especially if you look at the South African economy coming out of the global financial crisis, but also understanding the period before the global financial crisis where the economy grew strongly. I think there was a misreading of that period by National Treasury as seeing that as a link to successful macroeconomic policy rather than linked to financial exuberance even within South Africa, and also exuberance within other asset prices, other markets for assets like real estate markets. So understanding what was happening globally and within the South African economy at a macroeconomic and financial level informed my assessment and then informed our work within the economic cluster of the PBO to look at, especially you know, in the post-crisis era, but also in that era where we started seeing reversals in improvements in poverty. We started seeing drops in investment. We started seeing household expenditure. You know, households were trying to pay off their debt, but they were being faced with a situation where there was a shift in the kind of debt they were taking. There was from longer-term mortgage debt to unsecured debt like credit card debt and other debt. So they were actually still paying similar amounts, understanding what was happening within households and the struggles even within relatively affluent households in keeping demand high, and linking that to what government's role would be as you face that kind of economic decline. And looking at how you manage the supply and demand side of an economy, and feeling like the approach taken was a neglect of the demand side and too much of a focus on the supply side, where the budgeting process and government involvement wouldn't have as much of an impact as the direct fiscal involvement. So that took a lot of work and effort, and to be able to come to the committees to say we don't necessarily agree that fiscal consolidation is the right thing to do at this time. And we did get asking about feedback from members. I mean, I think there was some members sort of listened to us. They may not necessarily have agreed. And some members, it wasn't clear whether they agreed. And then other members just thought that we were incorrect, that we were proposing, or by going against fiscal consolidation, we were actually going to supporting a view that would cause increase in debt and debt to GDP levels, and the increase in debt servicing costs that would make it unsustainable. So there's and I think it's really important that those kind of debates are aired more within the country, but also that I think in our discussions with the committees, especially both finance and appropriations, even if a lot of this may sound like it's a fiscal framework issue, but it affects the overall appropriations and other side as well. I think it's a really important issue to air. In terms of MPs, generally MPs' attitudes towards our advice, I mean, the way we gauge that, I think, is from the kind of questions we get when we do presentations, from what we read in the reports that come out. There was when Professor Jide was there, some of us made an effort to actually get some feedback directly from MPs as well. And I think that's something maybe we need to do in a more structured manner, to get that feedback from the committees through the chairs to our work. Because there isn't actually, after we do a presentation or after we put out a report or even a brief, we actually don't get feedback from the members to say, well, we found this useful, or we think your approach is wrong, you should change your approach, or we think you're giving us information that doesn't suit our decision making at this point. And I think that should be something that comes from committees as a whole, not just individual MPs, but I think individual MPs should feed into that process that then happens through us. I mean, I don't know if it happens through the PBO advisory board or if it's a separate process we can set up. So sometimes we actually think that, you know, we're doing a good job and that the members are happy with our inputs, even if not necessarily all members agree with the analysis we're providing to them. I don't think members have actually come and said, we don't like what you're doing. But it's not something that we can that clearly gauge at the moment, and I'm hoping in the future we can work with the committees and chairs of committees to get more feedback and to provide a better service. I mean, we do see ourselves as a service provider to you. And so I think an important part of our job is that monitoring and evaluation, to look at our outputs and to look at how it's received by you and to see whether that is helping you in your oversight role. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I forgot, I just looked down my page and I remembered I didn't touch on that. I think, you know, there's a lot of debate within macroeconomics around approaches. And with that shapes the way in which you derive a model, your assumptions that feed into the model. And I think it's really important because part of our job, according to the money bills, is to look at the assumptions that go into the budget and the budgeting process, the numbers that come out. And we don't always understand. So the National Treasury will present forecasts to us. We will then do our forecast audits. We'll look at what other forecasters are saying. We'll try and get a sense of that. But I mean, in terms of this discussion about why has a National Treasury forecast been that accurate over a long period of time? And is it possible to improve the accuracy of that? I think it's important to understand the model and whether what changes have happened to the model and the assumptions that go into that. I mean, in the media, there have been questions about, has National Treasury lost capacity? Have people with the skills left, are the current people there? I mean, our question wasn't so much about that. Our question was to say, well, can you actually share your model and the equations shaping your model and the assumptions that go into your model with us so that we can get a better understanding, and that may actually improve our forecast audits as well. I mean, tell me if I'm going on for too long, Chair, but one of the things that's come up, you know, in the committee meetings where members have criticized National Treasury is that it looks as if PBO has been defending National Treasury, because our forecast audits actually show that often National Treasury's forecasts, even if they were off, were better than, say, BER or sometimes even the Reserve Bank and others. And so we would say that everybody in this period, because of these conditions in the global economy and uncertainties in the South African economy, have struggled with the forecasts and have had to restate their forecasts more than once or twice a year. And I worry that we're not seen as defending National Treasury, but actually providing evidence-based input on what Treasury is presenting in their budgeting and processes to say this is what the fiscal policy framework will be. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Doc. Before I let you go, you know that this process, it's open, it's transparent, and the public has commented. We received an information which was talking to some investigation which has been made at PBO and some of the deputy directors being implicated. The question will be, are you implicated? 2, the nature of implication. 3, do you know anything about that report? Please be very brief.
I know before Professor Jayed left, there was an investigation. Up to now, we haven't received information about what the investigation was about. I don't know at all that I've been implicated in anything. As far as I know, the investigation had nothing to do with me. I must say I actually don't know what the investigation was about, and I don't know if I'm implicated at all. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, that's fine. Just to make sure that there is no ambiguity. There's nobody who has said you have been implicated. No, I'm saying even to us. But there's been somebody who said some of the people there have been implicated. So it remains a big X. So that's why we wanted to clear that one with you. All right? That's fine, and you have answered to that one.
Okay. If I may say that, I mean, I think it would be fair to share some of this information with the PBO staff so that we actually understand what's happening. Because we have, I mean, for the last few years, we've been in the dark about these allegations and what that means. And to some extent, that does affect morale of people in the PBO. There are other things as well, like not filling the director's post for so long has had an impact on morale in the PBO. So I would ask that if it is possible at all, that kind of information gets shared with us, and if there are accusations of any kind, that we actually know what's being people are being accused of, whether it's us or our colleagues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The committee doesn't have that information. We don't. We just got that statement. One member of the public was responding to the process. So we don't have anything. So there's nothing that we are going to share with you. There shouldn't be any expectation from your side, from us. Lastly, let me thank you on behalf of the committee for availing yourself again and for engaging with the committee. There's still a process of probity, vetting by different institutions, and immediately we are having that information, will then finalize the process. There's all the commitment from the committee that immediately we have that information, would like to finalize that process, and we'll let you know. But thank you very much for being part of PBO and sharing the insights which you have shared with us. Good luck. Thank you so much. I just wanted to check, any question from your side?
I don't have any questions, and maybe that I've been with PBO for a while now, so I feel comfortable with the process. I just want to thank the members of this panel and the committees for the opportunity, and I'm humbled I've been shortlisted. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Prof. You are free to leave us. Honourable members, the time it's about 22:03. Can we take a break, 45 minutes? Lunch is served on level 12, level 13 or 112 at level 13, where we had our breakfast. So
can I just check? Will the room be locked? Can we leave our laptops and things here?
Estelle? Estelle, be on record. Okay. Please just make sure, colleagues, that the room is locked. We're in Johannesburg. Thank you so much. Let's just break for 45 minutes, grab something, and it would be nice if we're back here immediately after 45 minutes. Thank you.